Welcome to Section 3 of the Complete Web Developer course. We now understand how a basic website is put together and how HTML is used. It's time to make that basic website start looking a bit better though. CSS, or cascading style sheets, is how developers change the look of a website. So the first thing we'll do is learn what a cascading style sheet is and how we can integrate it into our pages. There are a huge number of ways that we can style a web page using CSS, and we'll look at key features used for styling, including text, images, layout, borders, fonts, and a whole lot more. Each individual CSS element is small, but together they can make a big difference. By the end of the section, you'll be ready for a big project, which is good because you'll be building a portfolio website. It's a very big, very satisfying project, and it puts everything you've learned into practice. Let's get going. So welcome back to the Complete Web Developer course. As I've mentioned, in this section we're going to be looking at style. So hopefully you have made a website that looks a little bit like this. You can see we've got all the kind of core HTML elements in there, but it doesn't look great. We obviously want to be building beautiful websites as well as useful ones, and for that we're going to need some style. And we create style using cascading style sheets, or CSS. So what on earth is a cascading style sheet? Well, we've actually seen one before. When we looked at the code of example.com, which we get from right-clicking or control-clicking and then view page source in Chrome, you'll remember that we looked over this style section just there. And this is a cascading style sheet. And it's pretty simple how it works. We get the name of the element that we're styling, so body, div, that could be an h1 or a UL or an image or anything, and then we have some curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets we have some style information, so background color, margin, padding, font family, all sorts of things. There's a huge number of ways that we can style our page using cascading style sheets. And the real advantage of them is that they're completely separate from the HTML itself, which does a very useful job then of keeping style and content separate. This generally makes your code more readable, it's easier to update and maintain, and it has a really useful feature. You could completely restyle your website without actually changing the HTML or the content at all. And a nice example of that can be found if you Google CSS. Then you can see we've got W3 schools here. If you click on that, then CSS introduction on the left. They have a bit more information about CSS. If you want to know more, then you can read that. But I'm just going to show you this example homepage here with a certain style sheet. If we then apply a second style sheet to it, the page looks completely different, even though the HTML is exactly the same. We can do that again, style sheet 3, and now it looks like the W3 Schools website itself. Style sheet 4 looks completely different again, and we can even remove the style sheet and we get back to a web page that looks more similar to what we created in the previous section. So to summarize, CSS is a simple and powerful way to apply styling to your websites to make them look great. In the next video then, we'll apply a style sheet to our own web page and see in detail how it works. Alright, so let's start applying some style to our own web pages. First, I'm going to give you a quick challenge, and that is to create a new folder inside your Complete Web Developer course folder called 2CSS, and then create a new HTML file and display it both in your text editor and in your browser, just like this. Go for it. Good luck. Alright, I hope you managed that. I'm going to do it by getting the Complete Web Developer course open, and then I'm going to right click or control click and select new folder. I'm going to call it 2-CSS, and then I'm going to go back to my text editor. I'm going to create a new file, just like that, and then I'm going to save as, and I'm going to save it inside Complete Web Developer course 2CSS. And I'm going to call it web page with style.html. It's still an HTML file, even though we're going to have some cascading style sheets inside it. There we go. And then finally, I'm going to go back into my CSS folder here and just open up web page with style into Google Chrome. And there it is. So I'm going to say goodbye to my hello world. I'm going to do a quick test just to make sure that everything's linked up correctly. So I've put some text in there and I'm just going to refresh that. There we go. Lovely. So I hope you managed to do that. Don't worry if you didn't. It's just a bit of file manipulation, really. Now I'm going to put in the very basics to get us an HTML page, as we've seen before. So we'll start with an doc type, then HTML tag. Then inside that we'll have our head, and then we'll have our body section. And I'll just put in a title tag as well, because I like to have a title. We'll call it web page with style. And then if we just refresh that, you can see the content has disappeared, but web page with style has appeared there. All right. Now there are actually 3 different ways of adding CSS to your web pages, and I'm going to show you the first one in this video, and this is inline CSS. So, very quick challenge. Can you create a pair of paragraph tags and put a sentence, whatever sentence you like, between them? Go for it. All right. Hope you managed that. Pretty straightforward. Paragraph tags are just a P inside the angled brackets there. And I'll have the classic phrase, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. All right, so now we've got a paragraph. It's not styled at all. So if we want to bring some style into this, if we were going to use inline CSS, we would do the following. Inside the paragraph tag there, we would add a style attribute. And then, just as we usually have with our attributes, we have an equals and then some quotes. And then we can put any CSS we like into this style attribute. So for example, if I wanted to change the color of the text, I might say color. Sadly, it doesn't work if you spell color correctly, but there we go. Color without a U and then blue. So you notice we've got a colon in between there, and that's how CSS works. You have the thing that you want to change, and then a colon, and then the value of that thing. So in this case, color, colon, blue. Fairly straightforward. Save, refresh, and we have some blue text. Nice and easy. If we wanted to have text which was twice as big, then we would add a semicolon, and we use a semicolon to separate different stylings. So we might want font size, and we might want to set the font size to 200%. And that will then set the font size of this text to twice as big as it was before. Let's have a look. There we go. Brilliant. So that's really all there is to inline CSS in terms of how it works. I'm going to give you a very quick challenge here. Can you create an H1 header tag with the content CSS is cool, and then make it green and half the size it used to be? So an H1 tag with the content CSS is cool, but then green and half the size it would otherwise have been. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. H1 tag, of course, just an H1 in angled brackets. And then CSS is cool. It certainly is. So without any styling at all, it would look like that. With some style, we'd set the color to be green. And then if we want it half the size, we would use font size 50%. All right, let's take a look. Fantastic. Now, one thing that might be slightly surprising there is that it's got a lot smaller than you might expect. That's because this percentage is actually relative to the default paragraph size. So if we make this 100%, it will make it the same size as a paragraph. So if we actually wanted it the same size as the usual H1, the default there is 250%. So an H1 by default is 2.5 times bigger than a paragraph. But don't worry too much about that. Looking at the specific CSS styles later on in this section. For now though, we're done with inline CSS, and in the next video we'll see how to add CSS in a different and better way. So in the previous video, we created some stylings using inline CSS. There are a couple of problems with this though. First is, our styling is all mixed up inside our content, which makes it not very nice to read and difficult to maintain. Also, our stylings are linked to a specific paragraph tag. So if I wanted to change all of my paragraph tags to a certain font or color or size, I'd have to add this style attribute to all of them, which is messy. So for that reason, I wouldn't recommend using inline CSS, except in very specific circumstances. So the solution then is internal CSS. And this is what we saw in the example.com HTML. So we create some internal CSS by creating a style tag inside the head. We can actually put it anywhere in the HTML, but inside the head section is the traditional place to put it. We then set up a type for our style, and the type is text/CSS. So that then tells the browser that this is some style commands will then be applied to the rest of the document. So let's get rid of all the styles that we have and see how we can apply some styles from here to our code in the body. So just to reset everything, we're now at the start with no style. So if I want to apply, let's say, the color red to this paragraph tag, then what I would do is I would start with a P to say that I wanted to apply this style to all the P tags in the document, and then some curly brackets, add a bit of spacing, and then whatever style I wanted. So I want color, and then you can see we've even got a nice selection of colors here. Beautiful. But I'm going to keep it simple and go for red. Let's have a look. There we go. So that's now applied the color red to that paragraph. So very quick challenge for you. Can you double this paragraph text in size as well as keeping it red? So make it twice as big using internal style sheets. Go for it. I hope you managed it. All we needed was something like font size and then 200%. Let's have a look. Oh no, something's gone wrong. I wonder if you did that. If you did and you realized that you lost all of your stylings, it was probably because you didn't put a semicolon at the end there. And so just like when we were having our inline CSS, we need to separate different styles with a semicolon in internal CSS as well. So now if we have a look, we've got it red and twice as big. Notice you don't need to put a semicolon on the end of the last one, but you can do if you like. I kind of like to because it makes everything uniform and the same. Definitely doesn't cause any problems. So the nice thing about this is that if we then create another paragraph tag, wow, I love internal CSS, something like that, then of course this styling will be applied to that one as well. So if you want to set all of your text to the same font, for example, you could do that very easily with a single instruction in your internal CSS at the top there. So final quick challenge for you. Can you change the CSS's cool header to being pink? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. Very easy. So just H1 to tell our browser that we want to apply these stylings to all the H1 tags, and then color and pink. And an optional semicolon at the end there. Let's have a look. There it is. Fabulous. So this is internal CSS. And this is how we're going to be applying pretty much all of the CSS that we learn in this section. There is one more way to do it. That is to have all your styles in a separate file, which can be very useful, and I'm going to show you how to do that at the end of this section. What you might be wondering though is how you might apply styles in this way to some paragraph tags but not others. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Excellent, so we can now apply our stylings to multiple HTML elements with just one instruction at the beginning in our style sheet, which is usually great, but what if you have a certain paragraph that you want to look different to other paragraphs? Well, this is actually really easy to achieve using classes and IDs. So let's start with classes and find out how we use those. First off, I'm going to get rid of all my stylings and then just refresh. And you can see the page now looks completely different, even though the HTML hasn't changed at all. So let's say I want to make this first paragraph red, but not affect the second paragraph. Well, what I do is I apply a class attribute to it, and then I can call that class whatever I like. So if I'm just going to make it red, I'll call the class red, but I could use any description I want there. So if we want to apply some CSS to the red class, we don't just type red, we have to indicate somehow that we're applying this to a class. And to do that, we use the full stop or period. So this is known as a class selector because it will select everything with a class of red. And then we just apply exactly the same pattern as before. So the curly brackets and then color, colon, red, semicolon. And then that will apply it just to things that have a class of red. Now that doesn't necessarily have to be paragraph tags. I could apply the class to my H1 tag as well if I wanted to, and then that one would be red as well. So it's a very quick challenge. Could you apply a class of large to this paragraph tag, the second one, and then make it twice as big as the first one? Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. So pretty straightforward. We just use class equals and then large in quotes, and then up in our style sheet we use dot large to select the large class, and then font size colon and then whatever number you want it to be, so 200% for it to be twice as big. Take a look. Fantastic. So really easy to manipulate things in this way. A really nice other feature is that we can apply multiple classes to a single element. So if we wanted this first paragraph to be red and large, we just put a space between them and type them both in. So red and large. Let's have a look. Fantastic. That is now red and large. So that's how classes work. IDs work in a very, very similar way. So let's add another pair of paragraph tags, and this time we'll give them an ID. And let's say I'm going to make this particular paragraph tag green, so I'll call the ID green. And we'll just have some very boring, this is some more text. Okay, so if we have a look at that, of course, there's no styling applied to that paragraph yet, so it's not green. But if we want to make it green, we can do very easily. The difference is, because we're working with IDs rather than classes now, instead of the period or full stop, we use the hash, which on my keyboard is Alt-3. Yours is probably around there somewhere as well, but it might be on the other side of the keyboard. And then the name of our ID, so green. And this is then an ID selector, and it will select IDs with the name of green. And then it's exactly the same as before, color green. Let's have a look. Fabulous. So it works in exactly the same way, but we use a hash instead of a full stop or period. So you might be wondering, well, why do we have classes and IDs then? Well, essentially they have slightly different uses. And the main thing about IDs is they should only be used once per page. So you might have different sections of the page, for example, and you might give them specific IDs because those sections are unique within the page. You probably wouldn't, to be honest, use an ID of green because you might want to make several things green. So essentially that's the difference. Classes can be used more than once, IDs only once. And we'll actually come back to classes and IDs again in JavaScript as ways of interacting with and moving around objects. And there the idea of classes and IDs will become very important once again. Alright, so that's classes and IDs. One more thing I want to show you is how we might style some text within a paragraph tag. So if, for example, we want to add, and this text is underlined, then how would we underline just that portion of it using internal CSS? Well, we do that using the span HTML element, and then this span is simply something that we can put around any chunk of text or image or combination of several different things and then use that to select it. So if, for example, we gave this a class of red, then only the latter bit would be red. Of course, we want it to be underlined, so let's have a class of underlined, and then we'll add in dot underlined to select the underlined class, and then to underline something we use text decoration and underline. There we go. Remember, at this point you don't need to remember any of these. We'll introduce them. I'm a lot more familiar with them as we go through this section. But let's just have a look. There we go. So the text is underlined. So that's how you apply styles to text within some paragraph tags. So that's as far as we're going to go with classes and IDs in this video. In the next one, I'll be introducing the div tag, which we did see at the beginning of the HTML section, but you can be forgiven for forgetting it. So now we'll find out what its purpose is and how you can use it to apply styles to a group of HTML elements. See you then. So now that you're familiar with applying stylings to classes and IDs, we're going to apply those styles to a group of HTML elements, and the usual way to do that is to split them up inside divs. So div is just short for division, and let's say for some reason I wanted to take those first two paragraph tags and split them into a separate div to the rest. I'll try and get my indenting nice. There we go. For now, I'm going to take away my classes. For those as well. So you can see in itself the div doesn't do anything. It doesn't apply any classes or make it look any different. But if I apply a class to that div, I might want to give it a class of first section. And notice I've used a dash there, not a space. You should never use spaces in your class or ID names. And in fact, I think I'll make that an ID because there's only going to be one first section. So it makes more sense to give it an ID rather than a class. So then I might want all the text in that first section to be blue. So can you apply that for me? Make all the text in the first section div blue with just a single CSS command. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It's an ID, so we're going to use hash and then first section. Then we add in our curly brackets, and then if we want everything to be blue, we just use color colon blue. There we go, and then that will style everything inside the first section div as blue. So that's one way of using divs to style the contents, but we can also apply the style to the div itself. So let's say we wanted a pink background for some reason in this first section. Then we could set the background color to pink. There we go. And then you can see now we've got a really separate section to the rest of the page. And you can also then see the limits of what the div is. So the div is that box, which goes all the way across the page and contains those two paragraphs. We might want to also change the width of this div. So rather than go all the way across the page, we might want it to go halfway across the page. And we do that just using width and 50%. That would take it halfway across the page. There we go. We could also set the width to a certain number of pixels. So if we made it 100 pixels, for example, px, then that would mean that the text would start to go on to multiple lines. We can use divs to apply styles to the contents of the div, but also to the div itself, like this background color. So very quick challenge for you. Can you put a div around the third paragraph tag and the H1 and then give them both a yellow background? Go for it. All right, hope that went well. It should have just been something like div, and then you could have done it with a class or an ID. I'm going to give it an ID of second section. That seems to make sense. And then I'll close my div after the H1. And I hope you did your indenting all nicely. And that's all we need in terms of HTML. So to apply the background, we just use the hash and then second section to select that div. And then we want a background color of yellow. Oops, I've made a typo there. I'll just correct that. There we go. So we're still a fairly long way from beautiful websites, but we're coming on quickly in our ability to apply a range of styles to different objects in groups and with classes and IDs. So I hope this is all making sense so far. We're now going to look at specific stylings, how you achieve certain effects, and we're going to start in the next video looking in more detail at color. So now that we've learned how to apply CSS to different portions of our HTML, we're going to, in the next few videos, look in more detail at specific CSS styles. And we'll start with one that we've looked at already, and that is color. So we've already looked at two different ways of changing the color of your document. So the first is applying the color of the text. And for that, we just use color and then whatever color we want. The other one we've seen is changing the background color of an object, and that's pretty easy as well. Background-color and then whatever color you want. Of course, though, not all colors have names. You might want to be a little bit more precise about the color that you want rather than just allowing the browser to decide what sort of blue you want. And there's a much more accurate way you can use to get perfect colors, and that is using HTML color codes. So have a quick Google at HTML color codes. And there's a few websites you can choose from, but I'm going to select this one, htmlcolorcodes.com. And then we can click on any of those squares to get a particular color code for that color. So let's say I want to use that particular shade of green, I think I'd say it is. Then this here is what's known as its alphanumeric, because it's got letters and numbers in it, color code. So if I want to use that instead of a name for the color, all I do is I replace the name, so pink, with the code. And notice that we need to have a hash symbol before the code, and my text editor here even knows what color that is, which is nice. So then if we go back and have a look at our page, that background has changed to that green. So that's more or less all there is to it. just to show you on htmlcolorcodes.com. You can also use a color picker, which allows you to be a lot more accurate, and you can choose a whole range of different colors and shades, and it will give you the color code for that. So let's say we want a sort of lightish blue here, then we can just copy that, Command C or Control C, and then I can make that the background for my second section. Of course, I do need to put the hash at the beginning. Let's take a look. And there we go. There's one final thing I want to show you before we move on. I've installed a Chrome plugin called Colorzilla, which I've pinned here, so you can find it by typing it into Google, Colorzilla, and select to install it. There's lots of similar plugins that do the same thing, but this is the one that I use. It works and it's really simple. And what that allows you to do is essentially steal any color from any website or app that you want to use in your page. So say for example, I really liked the color in Google's logo on that G there, and I wanted to use that particular color in my website somewhere. I would take my eyedropper, having installed Colorzilla or something similar, and then pick color from page. And then you can see what's happening here is as I move my cursor around, it's picking up the colors underneath it and giving me the code for it. So if I go over that G there, you can see it's got that nice blue color. So if I click, it's now copied that color to the clipboard. So if I then changed my blue here from the default blue to that particular color code, then I now get a much nicer sort of softer blue than I had before. So that's a nice cheeky way. If you see on the web a color that you like the look of, then use Colorzilla to steal it and apply it in your own web pages. Great, so that's how we use any color that we want in our websites. In the next video, we'll look at the arrangement of our HTML elements using floating. Alright, so now we've looked at adding whatever colors we want to our CSS. We're going to change direction a little and look at positioning. Now, so far, you probably will have noticed that every paragraph tag and every div just appears directly below the previous one. Quite often that might be what you want, but perhaps we want this green box here to appear on the right and the left box to appear over here on the left where the green box currently is. How would we achieve that? Well, we do it using floats, and it's actually pretty simple. So first off, I'm just going to change the width of our two divs, just so that one's a little wider and this one is a little narrower. So I'll make them both 200 pixels so we can see more clearly where they've been moved to. So first off, let's say we want this green box to appear on the right over here. Let's give it a go. All we do is we take our first section and add in the styles float right. There we go, and let's take a look, see what effect that has. There we go, so that floats the green box to the right there. And you can see that if we expand the page, it floats all the way to the right of the page, however wide it is. Now what happens if we float it to the left? Let's take a look. We're now more or less back where we started, but without this default margin that we had in place, so there's now no gap between the two blocks. So what if I wanted the green box to be to the left of the blue box? Well, all I'd do there is float the blue box left as well. And there we go. So you can see the floats come one after the other, but everything that's floated left will be aligned to the left of the screen. Similarly, if we took the second section now and floated it right, what impact do you think that would have? All right, hope you got it. It will simply align it to the right of the screen. So hopefully that's reasonably straightforward. We've got floating to the left and floating to the right. What happens, you might be wondering, if we combine elements that are floated with elements that aren't floated? Let's find out. So if we add a paragraph tag, this paragraph is not floated. So have a quick guess, where do you think it's going to end up? In the middle, bizarrely enough. So anything that's not floated is just going to put itself in the flow of the page. So if we have a look, if we bring this in, it will try and squeeze itself into the gap, and if it can't, it will put itself underneath the other floated element. So this is actually a nice way to have, say, a left menu and a right menu or something like that, and then some content in between. But what if we wanted our paragraph to appear underneath both of these boxes? Well, there's a fairly easy way to do that as well, and I'll show you what it is. We actually introduce a new div after the divs that have been floated, and we're going to give this a special style. So I'll give it a class of, and I'll call it clear float. And what this div is going to do is effectively clear all of the floats so that anything after appears below anything that's been floated up here. And the CSS that we want for that is dot clear float to select that particular div, and then we use clear, and then you can see we've got the option here. We can clear all the left floats if we want, or the right floats, but normally we want to clear both left and right floats. So if we do that, the paragraph now appears beneath both of these floated divs. And that's about it. So to summarize, if you float something to the left, it will appear to the left of any non-floated content. If you float something to the right, it will appear to the right of any non-floated content. And if you want something to appear underneath all of your floated elements, then you use clear both on a special div to achieve that. Feel free to have a little play around and see how floating behaves. We have lots of floating elements interacting with each other, but we're now going to move on slightly from floats to the related aspect of CSS positioning. So carrying on our investigation of how we can position our elements wherever we want them on the page, we're going to move away from floating and look at positioning. So floating has the advantage of being pretty flexible. It will float to the edge of the page however wide the user's screen is, which can often be very useful. Sometimes though you need a bit more precision and you want to know exactly where your elements are, and that's where positioning comes in. So first off, I'm going to get rid of all our floating so that we know where everything is to start with. So we don't need our clear float div anymore. And let's just check that that brings us back to where we were before. Wonderful. So maybe I want to take this green box and move it a little bit to the right. I don't want it quite left of the page. For some reason, I want to indent it a little bit. So there are several ways to do that, but we're going to do that now with positioning. So remember, the first box is our first section here. So first off, we tell the browser that we're going to be positioning this div, and we do that by setting the position to relative. Relative positioning means that we're going to be positioning it relative to where it would otherwise be. So at the moment, if we just take a look at that, that doesn't change anything at all because it is where it was, if you know what I mean. But if we wanted to move it relative to where it currently is, we would then add something like left and then say 200 pixels. And let's have a look and see what effect that has. So that now moves it 200 pixels in the horizontal direction. You might be slightly surprised that we've said left 200 and it's actually moved it to the right, but you could think of it as having almost a 200 pixel margin on the left there, and that's why it's moved to the right. If we wanted to move it to the left, we just do the same thing, but with a negative number of pixels. So let's try moving it to the left fix 50 pixels. And there you go. You can see we've even moved it off the screen, and we can move it off the screen completely if we want. 500 pixels, you might wonder why we might want to do that. It can actually be quite useful because we might want to slide it in some sort of fancy animation later on, which we'll see how to do in the JQuery chapter. But for now, the main thing is we can move it left and right by having positive or negative numbers there. We can also move it up and down by adding a top property. Again, you can think of this a bit like having a margin at the top. So if we have a 100 pixel margin there, that will move it 100 pixels down. And there we go. So let's just, in fact, we'll have it 100 pixels there. So it's now 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down of where it would otherwise be. So this is what this relative positioning is all about. We're positioning it relative to where it was. So quick challenge for you. Can you move the blue box so it's 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels up of where it is now? 100 pixels to the right, 100 pixels up. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. All we needed to do was set the position to relative again. And then 100 pixels right means left 100 pixels. And then for 100 pixels up, we're going to use a top of minus 100 pixels. If we used 100 pixels there, that would of course move it 100 pixels down. So let's just check. Wonderful. So it's now gone 100 pixels right and 100 pixels up. And we can use this relative positioning on any element. It doesn't have to be a box, it doesn't have to be a div. We could do it on the paragraph or a table or an image or anything that we wanted to be moved around in some way. Great. So I'm going to show you a different type of positioning in a moment. But first, I just want to move this second section back and just show you how when you've got two elements overlapping like this, you might want to change which one appears in front of the other. So by default, the green box here is in front of the blue one, but if we wanted it to be the other way round, we could change that with a Z index. So Z index works in this way. We can set the Z index of any element we like, so whether it be a div or a paragraph or whatever, and then the one with the highest Z index will appear at the front. So if I give this one, let's say a Z index of 1, and this one a Z index of 2, the second one, i.e. the blue one, should appear in front of the green one. That won't quite work as it is though, because Z index require a position of relative, or there are a couple of other position types that will work, but we've only seen relative so far, so we'll stick with that to work. So let's have a look now. There we go. So now the blue one is in front of the green one. So Z indexes are really handy if you want to have overlapping elements and you want to be very clear as to which is going to be in the front. And you can set the Z index whatever you like. So you could have 100 different values if you had 100 different things overlapping each other, which I probably wouldn't recommend, but you could do it if you wanted. One other little cheeky thing I'm going to show you is really to do with positioning, but while we're talking about layering, it's quite nice. You might want to have an element in the front which is a little bit see-through, so you can actually see the element behind it, and that's pretty easy to achieve. So at the moment, second section is in the front. So if we set the opacity, which is how opaque the object is, an opacity of 1 means that it will be completely solid as it is now. An opacity of 0 means that it will be completely invisible and it's there but we can't see it. And an opacity of say 0.5 means that it will be there but see-through. So you can choose whatever opacity you like on a scale of 0 to 1, and the bigger the number, the less see-through it is. So that can be really nice, especially if you're working with images, have a sort of slightly faded image behind your text or something like that, however you wanted to do it. All right, so we've had a lot of fun with relative positioning. I'm now going to show you a couple of other types of positioning which can be really useful as well. So if we go back to our default with no positioning at all, I'm going to start with a position of absolute. So instead of relative, we're now talking absolute. And this is now quite different to how we were working before with relative positioning. And let's just see how that affects the page. Aha! The second section has now completely disappeared. Well, it hasn't actually disappeared. What's happened is it's gone behind the first section. So if we change the width of that one to 400, you can see it's actually still there, but behind it. And that's because absolute positioning then takes the object that you're positioning out of the flow of the page. So basically all the other elements position themselves as if this green box isn't there at all. So that can be really useful if you want something to be on top of everything else and for everything else to ignore that. And here then the positioning is relative to the top left of the page. So we can do similar things that we did before. We could move it 500 pixels to the right, and we could move it, say, 200 pixels down. And that would move it around in exactly the same way as we had before. But the main point of absolute positioning is it takes the element out of the flow of the page. So if you want something to position itself over the top of everything else, that's the way to do it. All right, so that's absolute positioning. Take it back to there now. There's also fixed. Now, how could this be different to the others, you wonder? Well, let's find out. If we have a look at how that looks by itself, it's exactly the same as absolute. So fixed is out of the flow of the page, just like absolute, and we can move it around just like absolute. So how is it different to absolute? Well, we can see this very clearly if, for example, I changed the height of my second section, which is the blue div here, and made it really big. So something like 5,000 pixels. Then we've now got a really long page, and watch what happens if I start to scroll down. Here we go. The green box stays in position. So that's how fixed is different to absolute. Absolute will move when the page is scrolled, fixed will not. So a typical example for a fixed position div might be if you want to have a menu at the top of your page and you want that to appear even as the user scrolls down the page, then you might use a fixed position for that. There's also sticky. This works in the normal flow of the page, just like position relative, but if I put in top with 20 pixels, this creates an offset but sticks to the position of the page, just like fixed. And there we go. I should also mention static. If we put static in there, it puts the element back in the flow of our page. It's not often you'll need to use static. This is the default value that an element will have if you don't declare a position for an element in CSS. But you may be working with someone else's code and need to forcefully remove some positioning that got applied to an element outside of your control. As there's several different types of positioning, I'll give you a quick summary. There's relative positioning. That means we can move the element relative to where it would otherwise be. There's absolute positioning, which takes the element out of the flow of the page and allows us to move it around relative to the top left of the page. Fixed positioning does the same thing, but it keeps the element fixed even when we scroll down the page. Sticky works like relative until scrolled past a specific threshold, which is then treated as fixed. And static, which is the default value that an element will have if you don't declare a position for an element, and you may use to forcefully remove some other positioning. And for all of those types, with the exception of static, we can use top, bottom, left, and right properties to get it exactly where we want it. We also saw how to use opacity to change how see-through an object is, and z-index to help make clear which object goes in front when you've got two overlapping ones. Great, so lots of new information there. As always, do have a play around and see what you can make happen with these different positions. We're going to move on to something slightly different, and that is margins. So now that we've looked at positioning and several different types of it to see how we can use them to change the layout of our page, we're going to see how we can do that slightly differently with margins. So I'm just going to change our code, get rid of that big height there, and change the position here back to relative. So as I hope you remember, that in itself doesn't make any difference, but you'll remember also that we can do things like this. Once we've set the position to be relative, we can set the left property to 100 pixels, and that effectively gives it a margin to the left of 100 pixels. So what's the difference then between using relative positioning and using margins? Well, let's find out. So first of all, you notice I've got rid of the positioning completely here. So we're not doing positioning, we're using margins. And initially I'm going to set the margin to 100 pixels. So what does that do? Aha, so now we've got a margin of 100 pixels all the way around the box. So we've got obviously at the top, left, bottom, and right. So hopefully you can see straight away that this is different to positioning. Even though the effect might be we're moving it to the right and down, we are actually creating a margin all the way around, which we can't actually do with positioning. Now, if we wanted our blue box here to be to the right of that, then we would just float them both to the left. And I'll just do that quickly to show you that we do indeed have a margin all the way around. So there you go. If we stretch that out, you can see we've got the margin here. And now, because these two are floated left, this blue box is now to the right of the green one, but it has this margin in between it. So that's the main difference really between positioning and margins. And you can use them in some cases for the same thing, but they are a little bit different. So let's just look at margins in a bit more detail and see what else we can do with them. So here we've got a margin of 100 pixels all the way around. What if we wanted to have a different margin on each edge? Well, that's pretty easy. We could have 100 pixels and then 50 pixels. Now let's see what that does. Okay, so that moves it over to the left. What we've effectively done there is we've set the top and bottom margins to 100 pixels, and we've set the left and right margins to 50 pixels. So if you want to pause the video and test by floating those two left, you'll see that the blue one ends up around there, so about 50 pixels to the right. So that's a really handy way of setting the top and bottom ones different to the left and right ones. But you could also set them all to something different. So let's have something like 20 pixels and 10 pixels. And then let's have a look. So what's going on here is this starts at the top and then goes round clockwise. So the top margin is 100 pixels up there. Then if we could see it, the right margin is 50 pixels. And then the bottom margin is 20 pixels. And then the left margin is 10 pixels. You might not be able to see that left margin very clearly. So let's just convince you by taking that back up to 100 pixels. And that now changes the left margin. So that's how you set each of the margins, top, right, bottom, and left individually. One last thing that you might want to do is only set one particular margin and leave the rest as whatever they are. And you can do that using margin dash and then bottom, left, right, top, depending on which one you want to change. So if we wanted to set margin left to be, I don't know, 150 pixels, then that will just set the left margin and it will leave the others as whatever they are. And that's pretty much it. So generally you would use margins when you wanted your element to remain in the flow of the page and to spread everything out relative to it. And you would use positioning if you wanted to take your element out of the flow of the page and move it around on top of other elements and that sort of thing. Very quick challenge then to give you an opportunity to practice margins. Can you take the blue div and make it so that it has margins of 50 pixels on the top and the bottom and 20 pixels left and right? And bonus points if you can do that in two different ways. So 50 pixels top and bottom, 20 pixels left and right. Go for it. Hope that worked out for you. I'm going to show you a few different ways to do it. In fact, there are 3 different ways. So the first one I'll show you is a single margin. So we said 50 pixels top and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. Let's have a look. There we go. So we've got 50 pixels at the top and the bottom, if we could see it, and 20 left. And if we could see it, there'd be 20 on the right as well there. So that's one way of doing it. That's probably the simplest solution. Another solution is to set all of them manually, like that. And if we just have a look at that, that does exactly the same thing. So that was solution number 2. There is, however, a third solution. So super bonus marks if you got this one as well. We could set the margin top as being 50 pixels. And then I'm just going to save my typing a little bit. Set the bottom to be 50 pixels as well. Could set the left to be 20 pixels. And of course set the right to be 20 pixels too. And that's another way to do it, even though it's a little bit more long-winded than the first 2 solutions that we had. All right, so that's how we use margins to move our elements around the page. We're now going to see how we can use something very similar called padding to provide a much needed bit of space between the edge of one element and the beginning of something inside it. We'll be looking at that in the next video. Let's take a quick moment out to see how much you've learned so far in this section, because we really have covered a huge amount. We started off looking at what CSS was and why it was a good idea and how we could use it to style our websites. We then looked at both inline and internal CSS. Then we discovered classes and IDs to allow us to apply those styles to certain elements. Then we created some divs to contain our elements. And then we moved on to look at specific CSS properties, starting with colors and then looking at floating, positioning, and margins. So that really is a huge amount, and well done for making it this far and staying with me. We're now going to look at padding, which allows us to do something very similar to margins, but inside an element. And you'll be pleased to know that we've got just a few videos to go until we've covered the basics of CSS, and we're going to do our big website project. I'll tell you more about that later on. So padding is pretty similar to margins, but it works on the inside of an object rather than the outside. So if, for example, we wanted to have a little bit of a gap between the green text here and the edge of the blue div, we could, I'll just get rid of the margin there, we could add a padding of, say, 5 pixels. And let's now have a look. So that's quite nice. It gives us a little bit of spacing in between the edge of the div and the content. So a quick challenge for you then. Could you set the padding within this blue box to be different? You can choose whatever values you like, but different on the top, right, bottom, and left. I think you can probably work out how to do that. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It works in exactly the same way as margins. So we're going to use 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, and then 20 pixels. Let's have a look. There we go. Might not be that obvious, but we've got 5 pixels up here, 10 down here, 15 at the bottom, and then 20 on the left. It's worth noting that if we've specified a width, as we have here, the padding is on top of that width. So we've got our 400 pixels from, say, there to there, and then the padding, so the 10 pixels on the right and the 20 pixels on the left, will be on top of that 400 pixels. So, quick question, what is the width of this box in pixels, the total width? Hope you got it. It's 400 plus the 10 on the right plus the 20 on the left, so 430 pixels in total. And that's definitely worth remembering. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble if you think that this is 400 pixels and then forget that it's actually 430. You may not want to increase the size of this box, and we can fix that by using box sizing, like this. And we can specify the border box. And that will then include the border in the total size, which will mean that the padding of section 2 is now the same as our specified width, since the padding goes inside the box instead of outside. Alright, so that's more or less all you need to know about padding. Just one more thing I'm going to show you. You may have noticed that there's quite a bit of white space that we haven't programmed into our page here, that's there by default. And browsers have default margins and padding built in to their elements. And that can make things a little bit tricky if you're trying to get a really pixel perfect design. So if you do want to do that and get rid of all of those defaults, then I would do something like, first of all, starting off with the body. So we're now styling the actual body of the page itself, and set both the margin and the padding to 0. And let's have a look and see what effect that has. So you can now see it stretches right to the edge of the page. You'll notice as well that we've got this gap between our divs here and a gap up there. If we wanted to get rid of that, then we would actually set both the padding and the margin for the paragraph tags to 0. So that's what's causing that gap there. So if we set both of those in, then everything kind of condenses up. So that might not necessarily be what you want, but we've achieved the effect of getting everything really close to everything else. As a quick aside, if you're getting quite excited about this and think you might get really into web design with CSS, then working with something called a CSS Reset makes these things a lot easier, because these default margins that we saw can actually vary from browser to browser. So using a CSS Reset in your pages makes those the same, so you can be more sure that your website is going to look exactly the same in every browser. So feel free to investigate that a little bit more. And definitely, if you're having issues that a website that you're making is different in different browsers, putting a CSS Reset in there is probably a good idea. Alright, in the next video we'll look at how to add a nice bit of styling to the edges of your divs or other elements using borders. See you there. Alright, so we're now moving on from padding and margins to borders. So looking at how we can give borders to our elements and what different styles we can use. Alright, before we do that though, I'm going to give you a quick challenge because everything's getting a little bit complex here. So to make it easier just to work with borders, I'm going to reset everything back to 0, and then I'd like you to create, using just divs, 3 squares, 100 pixels wide and 100 pixels high, and make them red, blue, and green. So 3 squares, 100 pixels by 100 pixels, and red, blue, and green. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. I'm going to start with the HTML. And all we're going to need here is divs with IDs. I'm going to use IDs because there's only going to be one of each of them. And I'm going to call the first one square dash red. And then another one will be square dash blue. And the third will be, you've guessed it, square dash green. Okay, so obviously if we look at that, there's nothing there because there's no content. But we can add some styling to our divs, which will make them appear. So let's start with square dash red. So the main thing we'll need here is a background color of red. But we'll also need a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels. There we go. Wonderful. There's our red square. So let's copy and paste that for our blue and green squares. Now they're going to be exactly the same, except they're of course going to be blue. So I'm going to indent my text and green. Blue. And green. Let's have a look. There we go. So we've solved the problem, but it's not particularly elegant. If I wanted to change the size of all three of these squares, as I might want to do, then I'd have to update all of those. Similarly, I don't quite like the fact that they're attached and I'd like to add margins to them, but I'd have to do that separately for all three, which is not a great way to set up our page because it requires a lot of work to update it. So what I'm going to do is add a class of square to each of these divs. And then I'm going to put anything that's common to all three of them into that square styling there. So the main thing that's common to all of them is the width and the height. So I'm going to put that in there, and then I can get rid of it for everywhere else. All right, so let's have a look. Excellent. It's still exactly the same as it was before, but we now have two big advantages. One is that we have less code than we had before. Well, probably just about. But the bigger one is that I can now update of these squares with just one CSS styling. So as I mentioned, I'm going to add a little bit of a margin. Let's try 10 pixels. Just to spread them out a little bit. I think that looks better. Maybe even go for something like 40 pixels. Yeah. I'm also going to have them along the top for no particular reason, that I think that looks a little bit nicer. And I can do that really easily by just setting them all to float left. There we go. Brilliant. So I hope you managed that challenge, but also I hope it was useful to see the advantage of using IDs in some cases, but classes in another, to keep your code nice and easily updatable and changeable. All right, so now on to borders. So I'm going to do different borders for each of these boxes, and we'll start off with a nice straightforward one for red, and we'll have a 1 pixel black border. And we do that by setting up a border property, and then we have to specify 3 things. So the width of the border first off, so 1 pixel in this case, then the color of the border, so black in this case, and then the style of the border, and I'm going to use solid. There we go. So you can hopefully just about see that. Let's make it a little bit thicker. So we'll go for 10 pixels. And now you can really see it clearly there. So obviously you can change any of those. We could have a nice yellow border. We can change the width as we already have, and we can change the type as well. And if we want to get a list of the different types we can have, just Google border styles and then click on the top result. And you can see we've got solid, which is the one we've already used. But if you scroll down, then you can see all these different ones here. It's dotted, dashed, double, groove, ridge. So you can try all of these out. have a look at double. There you go. So it sort of goes yellow, then red, then yellow. We can have dashed as well. Which creates this dashed effect. And you're welcome to try out the other ones. To be honest, I don't use the different border styles very often. Solid is about all I regularly go for. Okay. Now we can do much more complicated things than that if we want to. So if we want to set, for example, the border to be different, top, left, bottom, and right, we can do that using border and then the various different options. So if we wanted to have a different style on top, left, bottom, and right, I've no idea why we would do that, but we might have border style, and then let's say start off with a ridged one, then a solid, then dotted, and then dashed. And just with margins and padding, this will be the top one, and then right, and then bottom and left. So let's have a look, see what horrendous border we're creating here. So you can see we've got some defaults of black and a certain width. I think that's about 3 pixels. We've got a different style on each one. So here's a challenge for you. Can you create it so that there's a different color on the top, right, bottom, and left as well? Go for it. Did you manage it? It's pretty similar. We just use border color, and then we could have green, and then let's use a few of these example ones. Green, beige, pink, and pale goldenrod. That sounds good. Wonderful. So now we've got different colors. It's looking horrendous, but it's a good example of what we're capable of. And then finally, I'll just set a different width for each one as well. And we'll do that with border width. And we'll have 10 pixels, 5 pixels, 2 pixels, and 1 pixel. And there we go. So it looks pretty horrendous, but it's pretty powerful as well. We can really customize this as much as we want. And just like with margins and paddings, you could set this one by one using, for example, border left color, border left style, etc. All right, so finally, look at a much nicer use of borders, and this is a border radius. So rounded rectangles are still all the rage, and they're really easy to create using border radius. So strictly speaking, this isn't really a border at all, but let's have a look. I have a 20 pixels border radius. What that will do, it doesn't actually add a border at all, but it adds a radius to the edge of our square, which, unlike our second example there, and really the first one too, does look quite aesthetically pleasing. So I'd recommend getting border radius into your toolkit as a web developer. Final quick border radius challenge then. Could you change this border radius style so that it creates a circle from this square? And bonus points if you can do it 2 different ways. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. All we need to do is set the border radius to half of the width of our square. So our square is 100 pixels. So if we set the border radius to 50 pixels, then the border radius effectively goes all the way from the middle of the top to the middle of the right. So we get a lovely circle. The other way to do it would be to set the border radius to 50%. And the advantage of doing it that way is then it will be a circle regardless of the size, because the border radius will always be half of whatever the width of the div is. So if we change the width of all of these, for example, to be 400 pixels, then you can see it stretches out the border radius all the way. And if the height was 400 pixels as well, then we'd get a really nice big circle. So you can use border radius to create circles out of squares. Wonderful. So we're now coming to the end of our CSS section, but we have a couple of videos before our big CSS project, and those last few videos are going to focus on styling text with CSS. So the last few videos of this section, we're going to be moving on from layout and color and focusing on text. So let's get rid of all our styles and indeed our content so far. And we're going to start by seeing how we can change the font or typeface of our text. So let's start by adding a little bit of text. I'm going to use the phenomenally boring, this is some text. But you can use something even more exciting than that if you like. Now, of course, to style that, probably the easiest way is to set up some styles for our P tags. And before I do anything new and fancy, I always like just to check that everything's kind of connected up right. So you might do something like font size 200%. And then just have a look. There we go. So this CSS is definitely connecting to this content. So even if I have a problem with my font changing CSS, I know that it's not down to an issue that I've spelt style like that or something like that. So that's a good trick that I always use before I'm doing something new. So changing the font with CSS is pretty straightforward. We use the property font family. Now the challenge with font family is that you have to remember what the font families are. Now fortunately, my text editor here has given me a few that I can work with. So let's go for fantasy to get something that hopefully will look completely different to plain old text. And there we go. You can see this is definitely a different sort of font than what we would have got without it. So now we've changed the font, but how do we know what fonts are available other than the ones that happen to appear in the drop-down list? Well, I would do a quick Google of web safe fonts. And then the top result for me is this w3schools.com link, which is perfect. And then this will give you a list of the fonts that are pretty safe to use. That means they're supported by most browsers. So you can try some of those out. Let's just pop on one. We'll try Arial, just because it looks different once again than what we have. So Arial, there we go, let's refresh, there we go. So that's what Arial looks like. Now this is actually a really nice feature of CSS fonts, and it's known as fallback. So if you're going to change fonts, it's always a good idea to have several different ones so that you can be sure that you're getting something that looks close to the font that you really want. So if the Times New Roman font is available on the system of whoever's looking at your website, then it will display the text with Times New Roman font. If not, it'll fall back to the Times font. And if it doesn't have that, it'll fall back to the standard serif font, whatever that is on the machine of your user. So you should always have several different font families. Getting increasingly more general as you go across the commas like that. So that's pretty much it when it comes to web safe fonts. You'll notice though that there's not a huge number of these, and if you're really picky about what you want your website to look like, there might not be one there that's close enough to the vision that you have in mind. So I'm going to show you as well how to use Google Fonts, which is a huge range of free to use fonts that you can find just by Googling Google Fonts. And then click on the top result. It should take you to fonts.google.com. And Google Fonts looks like this. So it's really well organized. You can see how all the fonts look. And you can use categories to identify particular types of font that you're interested in. And then you can use any one you like in your web pages. So there's a particular one that I like, so I'm going to choose the search option and then search for shadow, and this Shadows into Light font is the one I'm going to use. I think it's very nice. But the process of getting it onto your web page is exactly the same regardless of which font you want. Just click the plus button and you'll get this little box appear at the bottom. So all we need to do is copy that code. We'll explain what it means in a minute. And then we go back to our HTML page. And then you can paste this in anywhere in the head section. It will actually work anywhere in the document, but normally we put our fonts and other styles in the head section. So you can see what this is doing is essentially bringing in a style sheet. That is some CSS, and it's getting it from this URL here, fonts.googleapis.com/CSS. And then you can see we've got what's known as a query string, that is a question mark, and then family, and then the name of our font family there. So that will bring in the font code to our page, but how do we actually use it? Well, to use it, we go back to our Google Fonts page. And then you can see here in the specify in CSS, we've got the CSS code that we need to bring that into our page. So just select that. Control C or Command C. And then we just replace our font family to that code. Our font family is now going to be Shadows into Light and Cursive. So save that, go back over to our web page.
Oops, I'll just correct that.
And when you refresh it, you can see we've now got that very nice font. Excellent. So you can now add any font you like. Feel free to experiment a little and try out some different fonts from Google Fonts or elsewhere. But for now, we're going to move straight on to customizing text in more detail with styling text in the next video.
Now that we know how to set the font of our text, we're going to look at styling it in other ways. So this is making text bold, underlining it, making it italic, and a lot more. We did of course see how to do that in the HTML section, but I hope that you're reasonably convinced that it's best generally to keep styles separate from content. So rather than using strong, for example, to have some bold text, we're better off putting that information in our style sheet so that we can apply it to multiple styles and update it and manage our website much more easily. So let's start off indeed with some bold. And I'm going to get rid of this Google Fonts just to avoid any confusion. And so let's see how we make our text bold. It's pretty easy. We use font weight. Now we can be really precise with our font weight and use a particular number, or we can use one of the standard options, and I would normally for bold go for bold. So that will set our text to be bold. So what about italic text? Well, first off, let's just switch this to a class so that we can have a nice reference for you with lots of different types of text formatting. So we'll have italic there. So this is going to be some italic text. And then dot italic to select that class. And for italic, we use font style. And we've got normal there, which is the standard, oblique, and we're going to be doing italic. There you go. So bold and italic. Now I'm going to set you a quick challenge. going to put an extra bit of text here saying this and this is bold and italic. And I'd like you to somehow, any way you like, make that sentence both bold and italic. Go for it. I hope you managed it. I hope you used some sort of a span around that sentence. And then I think the easiest way to do it is just to apply the bold class to that span. And then the span will be both bold and italic because it's part of the paragraph. Let's have a look. There we go. But if you had a separate class for that one which was bold and italic, that's fine, but you've kind of made it italic twice because it was already italic from the paragraph tag. Alright, the third new type I'm going to show you is underlining. So let's just copy that and we'll have a class of underline. And we'll have this text is underlined. And it's pretty easy to do once again. So underlined, to select that, and then text decoration and underline. Let's have a look. There you go. So those are the three major types of text styling that you're likely to use. As it happens, I probably use text decoration none more often than I use underline, because quite often I want my links not to be underlined. And let's just have a quick look. We'll have an empty link there. This is a link. So by default, of course, links are underlined. If, as is the style in many websites these days, you don't want your links to be underlined, then you would just set an instruction in your CSS for all links, that is A, and set the text decoration to none. That's a really handy thing to do to stop your links being underlined. But just to confuse things, or to avoid confusion, we'll set that back to underlined. So this is a non-underlined link. There we go. One cheeky trick I'm going to show you is allowing a link to be underlined when the mouse hovers over it, which is quite a nice way of just confirming to the user that this is indeed a link. And you can do that using what's known as a pseudo selector, which is styling a link in a certain condition. So this will style the link when it's in its hover state, i.e. the user is hovering the mouse over it. So we can then bring in text decoration underline for that. And let's have a look. Now, when we bring the mouse over, it's underlined. And we could even change the color. If we wanted to, for some reason, we could make it underlined and green when the user hovers over it. Okay, the one last one I'm going to show you is one that we've definitely seen before, which is making text big. And we do that with the font size property. And we can make that whatever we like. Normally I'd go for something like 200% to make it twice as big as normal. There we go. So nice big text. And of course we've seen coloring as well. So those are the basics. Those are definitely the ones I would use on a day-to-day basis, but there are a lot more. To show you a few of them, I'd Google something like CSS styling text. And then again, W3 Schools comes up at the top. And they've got a few ones that we're used to. So text color, we know all about that. Text alignment we're actually looking at in the next video. And then text decoration, and there's a few other options there as well. So you can really completely customize the way your text looks using some pretty basic CSS. Great. So that's how we customize the style of our text. In the next video, I mentioned we're going to see how we can align our text very easily to have it left aligned, right aligned, centered, or justified. Okay, now we know how to style our text, we're going to see how we can align it. So this essentially means having it on the left of the page, the right of the page, in the middle, or justified, so spread out to fill the whole page. So let's take just our first paragraph, and we'll get rid of the bold class because we're not going to be bold anymore. Well, not in terms of CSS anyway. There we go. So if I want this text aligned to the right of the page, then I simply do text align, and then you can see the options there. The one that I want this time, of course, is right. And very simple. That will align it to the right of the page. Or to be more precise, I should say it will align it to the right of the parent element. So this is the element which this is contained in. So the paragraph tag is currently contained within the body tag. So it aligns to the right of the body tag, which is essentially the right of the page. But if I put it inside, say, a div tag, and then I set that div tag to have, say, a width of maybe 300 pixels. And let's do a background color as well, just so we can see it really clearly. Then you can see the text aligns to the right of the div because the paragraph tag is now contained within the div. So this alignment applies to the container element or the parent element. Okay, I'm just going to set a height for this div as well, so it's a little bit bigger, and then we can see what our text is doing. So that's our right aligned text. Left aligned is obviously standard. You can use text align is left if you want to, but it will be left by default anyway. So quick challenge for you. Can you create another paragraph tag with some centered text in it? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. Let's have a class of centered, and I am going to spell it ER, otherwise we get very confused because we have to use the correct or American spellings in our code. So let's have centered, and then very simply, as I hope you managed to figure out, text align center. There it is. This text is centered. Let's take a look. There it is. So the right aligned is obviously still right aligned, and that is then centered. Okay, so that's almost all we need to see, but I'd like to show you justified as well. Incidentally, one of my favorite TV programs as well, but not one of my favorite font spacings. I think it often looks pretty odd on websites if you have a really big chunk of text. but that's obviously up to you as the web designer. So to create justified text, we just use, as you might imagine, text align is and then justify. Now, in order to see the difference here, we're probably going to need several copies of that sentence. And let's make it a little bit taller as well. Let's take a look. There we go. So you can see what's happened there is it's stretched the text right to the edge of the page. Oops, I've made a typo there. I'll just correct that. And it does that by changing the letter and word spacing. So sometimes that might make your text look a little bit strange, especially if you've got some long words. So I'd use justified sparingly, but if you want to use it, that's how you do it. All right, so that's all we're going to see in terms of text alignment. But at this point, there is one more thing I want to show you. When you're creating a website for a client, quite often they won't have given you the copy for the website yet, and you'll need to put some website copy in there. Now, you don't generally want to put this text is justified repeated lots and lots of times because it doesn't look very natural and the client will be a bit confused. So you may have seen something called lorem ipsum. Now, if you really want to know the facts behind lorem ipsum, you can click that first link, but I'm going to jump straight to the generator, which is a really handy page for basically creating Latin text. I have no idea what that means. I don't really care. But what I can do is then just take that text and copy it into my page there. Let's get rid of the height so that it can change the height automatically, and then have a look. And now I've got a much more realistic idea of how that text is going to look, regardless of what text gets put in there eventually. So lorem ipsum has become the internet standard for generic text. If you want to see what your website's going to look like before you have the actual text, this will give you a pretty good idea. All right, so we're nearly there. We're going to look at links in a little bit more detail and those pseudo classes that we saw very briefly in the previous video. So we're almost at the point where we can do our big CSS project. But before we do that, I just want to show you a little bit of styling links because they're very important and there's some quite useful things that we can do with them. So first off, if you can remember this from a couple of videos ago, can you create a link to say google.com, which is not underlined, but then underlines when you hover over it with your mouse? Go for it. All right, hope you managed to do that. To create a link, of course, we use an A and then an href to refer to where we want it to go. I wonder if any of you put google.com like that in your link and then clicked and then got an error. Can you think why that would be? It's because you need the HTTP at the top to tell your browser that this is not a relative link. So without that, your browser will actually go to google.com on your website, which in this case, of course, doesn't exist. So you need to put HTTP at the front and then : / and then probably www. Is a good idea, even though google.com will work without it. So there's our link. Wonderful. This is, of course, underlined though, so let's change our styles so that the standard A link is not underlined. And we do that with text decoration none. But then if we want it to be underlined on hover, we use the pseudo class hover and then text decoration underline, as we've seen before. Okay, so it's not underlined there, underlined when you hover over. Fantastic. So a couple of new things I want to show you. The first is that you can get a link to open in a new tab, which is particularly useful if you want to link to something which is off your website, but leave your website open. So let's copy our Google link to see how we do that. All we do is we set the target attribute of the link to blank. And that will then open a new tab. So Google in a new tab, just so we know which one's which, and open the link in it. Let's have a look. There we go. Fantastic. I think I'm just going to put those in paragraph tags so that they look a little bit more separated. There we go. And then I just want to show you a couple more of these pseudo classes. So we can use hover to decide what it looks like when someone hovers over it. So at the moment it's underlined. We can also use visited to change what it looks like when the user has been there. So if I change this link to a website that I've not been to before, pretty sure I haven't been to google.se, for example, then you can see it's blue. So blue is the standard color for links that I haven't been to before, and purple is the color for links that I have been to before. But we can change that, and we can make that whatever we like. So for example, we might want visited links to be green for some reason. And then you can see that one becomes green. This one is still blue, but if I click on it and then go back, you can see now it's green because my browser knows that I've been there. So there's a couple more pseudo classes that you can use if you like. To find them, you could just search for pseudo classes links, something like that should get you there. There you go. Good old W3 Schools again. Shows you what they are. So these are the examples. We've seen visited and hover. There's also just a normal link. So if we wanted to style a link that hasn't been visited and is not being hovered over, then we can do that. And an active link, i.e. the link of the page that we're on at the moment, then we can use a:active to style that specifically if we'd wanted to do that. There we go. So congratulations, you've made it to the end of the core part of the CSS section of the Complete Web Developer course. It's quite an achievement and you've learned a huge amount. One of the most useful things that we can do with the latest versions of CSS is select elements in advanced ways. So let's just start off by some of the ways that we are used to selecting elements in CSS. So we might have an H1, a paragraph, and a link. And we would access the H1 by simply typing H1. So if we wanted that to be red, for example, we just put color red in there. Similarly, we could add a class to the paragraph tag, and then we could access that class using a period or full stop and the class name, and then apply some CSS to it. Finally, we can have an ID. And we access the ID using a hash selector and the ID name. And we might have something like font size is 200%, which makes it big. So those are the selectors that we're used to using so far. But we can do a lot more than that. So first off, let's add a div which surrounds our paragraph and our link. What if I wanted to select all of the paragraphs within that div but not paragraphs outside it? So one way would be to give them all a certain class. But that's a little bit messy, and we don't really want to do that just so that we can select them. But we can actually select them using what's known as the descendant selector. So if we wanted to select all paragraph tags within this div, we can just use div p, and then that would select all of the paragraph tags inside the div. So we might use font weight bold for those, for example, and then you can see the ones in the div are bold, but the one outside is not. We can also select what are known as sibling elements. So if we had a certain div that had an h3 element in it, for example, and we wanted to select all of the paragraphs in the same div that have an h3 element in it, then we can use h3 and then tilde, which is the squiggly line for me, shift and then the key next to Z, and then P. And for example, we could underline all of those. And then that would select all the P's within a div with an h3 element in. But if we added another div, then it wouldn't select that one. So this is in the other div. So it is font weight bold because it's in a div and it's a paragraph tag, but it's not sharing its div with an h3, so it's not underlined. But if we put an h3 in there, then it would become underlined. So that can be a very useful way to have paragraphs on different styles depending on what other elements are in them. We might want to be, again, a bit more fussy and only select the paragraph tag following the h3 element. We might want to give that a particular styling. So let's give that a font size of 150%. So the first paragraph then is bigger, but the rest are not. We can select elements that have a certain attribute in them. So if, for example, we wanted to select all the links which had a target, which usually would mean that we'd say target is equal to underscore blank, which means it opens in a new tab. Maybe we want to make all of those yellow. Then we could do that. And then if we had another link, just put it down the bottom. That link wouldn't be selected because it doesn't have a target. We could even be super fussy. Let's say this link goes to google.com. And then we could select links that only go to google.com. Like that. And maybe make them bigger for some reason. And there we go. Of course, if I change the href to down here, then that one would become bigger. And these don't necessarily need to be links either. We could use any element that has any particular attribute to select for. We could even select links which go to anywhere on google.com using star equals, which means that the href just has to contain google.com, and that will in this case do exactly the same thing. But this would then be more general and only select links which had Google in them somewhere. We can also customize this in a number of other ways. So if I add this as a comment, if we use circumflex equals, this will look for whether the attribute begins with whatever we have in the quotes there. We can use the $ equals to check whether it ends with a particular value. We can use tilde equals to see if it has the value between two spaces. So if the attribute has multiple classes, for example, or IDs, they would be separated by spaces, and we could find them here. And finally, we can use the pipe symbol. So shift, and then for me, the key just above the right shift button, to see if it has the value separated by hyphens, i.e. the dash symbol. So if you've got a class name that's made up of a number of different names separated by hyphens, you can search for it using that. So there you go. A whole different range of ways that we can select things, which mostly have the benefit of keeping your code more simple, or your HTML more simple, and your styling separated from it. So it reduces the need for having specific classes or IDs just for styling purposes. That's just the start of our fancy selectors though. In the next video we'll see how to use pseudo classes to select one or a number of elements in advanced and complex ways. So you have actually seen a few pseudo classes before. Mostly we've used them when it comes to links. So for example, we've used a :hover to perhaps add underlining to a link when it's hovered over. Just like that. But there's a lot more we can do than just style links. We can also style inputs when they're focused. So for example, I might change the background color to blue when my input comes under focus. Let's see how that works out. So there's my input, and clicking on it then will turn it blue. While we're on form elements, we can also style form elements on the basis of whether they're enabled or disabled. So I won't show you an example this time, but you get the idea. So normally they're faded out by the browser if they're disabled. We might want to change that in some way, and we can use this pseudo selector to select all disabled inputs and style them in some way. We can even look at checkboxes or radio elements and style them in a certain way when they're checked. So that's a way of selecting form elements based on their status, but we can also select elements based on their location. And one common way of selecting elements is using first child. So this actually replicates something that we saw in the previous video, and it enables us to select the first paragraph in each of their containing elements. So in this case, the first paragraph in each div. So if we add another color to that, let's go for that lovely aquamarine, then only the paragraphs that are the first element will be selected. We can do the same with last child. So let's make that one bigger again. Here's a question for you. Will that match any element here in our page? The answer is yes, it will match this one because it's both the first child and the last child. So it will be bigger and aquamarine. And of course, if I move this paragraph to the end of that div, it will match that one too. The other setup here is we can look at only child, and maybe we'll make that one bold. And that one, as you can imagine, will style the elements which are the only element within their container. So in this case, once again, it's that one. Notice that the first child doesn't select this paragraph here, even though it's the first paragraph within the div, because it's not the first element within the div. So if we wanted to select the first paragraph regardless of where it was, we can use first of type. And let's underline that one. So this will then underline all three of those because they're all the first of their type in their container. So notice that selected this one as well because it's the first of its type in the body element. Even though there are paragraph tags that come before it, they're not directly inside the body, so they don't count. We can also use, as you might imagine, last of type and only of type. To select the last of each type in the container and the only of type in the container as well. I'm sure you can imagine how those work, so I'll leave that as a comment. Now here we're going to get really fancy, and we can select, for example, if we look at a table row, we could select every other table row using nth child. And the rule is, for nth child, you have to provide your rule. So now you're going to need some maths for this, I'm afraid. But if you want to select every other row, then your statement would be 2n, because you're selecting rows 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. If you wanted to select every other row starting at the first one, you could use 2n minus 1, and that would then select 1, 3, 5, etc. So let's just quickly see that in action. If we make ourselves a table, and then a table row, it's not going to be a table full of me. It's going to be my usual suspects. There we go. And then if we wanted to make every other one to have a green background, that's how we do it. There we go. So it's particularly useful for styling things like lists or tables where you want to separate out the item from the one below. There's a couple of other options here as well. You can use nth last child, and that will then count backwards. So instead of counting from the first to the last, it will count from the last back to the first. Similarly, you can use nth of type to only count the elements of that type. So for example here, if we were doing the selecting within this div, nth of type would only select the P's, whereas nth child itself looks at all of the children regardless of their type. Usually that's not an issue because we're looking at either table rows or list items or something like that, so they're not interspersed with other elements. But if they were, then you could use that instead. Okay, a few more for you. First off, we could select all the empty divs. So we might want, for example, to just hide them so that there's no styling showed if they don't have any content. We can use the not pseudo selector to select, for example, all the paragraphs that are not of a class of green. And maybe we want to make those blue. There we go. And we could use the pseudo selector on its own to select, say, everything that's not a div. Okay, your brain is probably exploding with pseudo classes right now, but I'll just show you a couple more things that we can do. And one of those is to select the first letter of each, say, paragraph, and maybe you want to make that a little bit bigger. And that will then select just the first letter. We can also use first line. And we're almost there. The last pseudo selector I want to show you is actually a pseudo element, which is essentially some content or styles that we can create at the end of an element. So for example, if we wanted the link location to appear after every link in our code, and I'll just add an href here so we get the idea. Let's use that. We can use a:after to add some content, and this could even be something like this is a link, and if we look at that, you see it's added that content there. Or we could create some dynamic content by putting attr for attribute and then href. And that will then put the actual link itself after that link. To make it make a bit more sense, you might want to put this in brackets and perhaps add a space. So that it reads better. You could even style that part of it different by putting the styles in here, if you want to. So I think that's probably enough for you to recall for now. It's hopefully given you an idea of all the different ways that we can select objects using pseudo selectors. You can always come back to this point as a reference. You don't need to keep all of these in your head, but it's good to know that they're available when you find yourself needing something like that while building a website. So in this video, I'll show you how to set up gradients in CSS. So I'll start by getting rid of the code from the previous video. And then let's create a nice simple div, which will give an ID of gradient. And then we'll just select it in the usual way, and we'll start off by giving it a certain width and height. So we'll just have 500 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And we'll start off with a background color of blue, just to check that everything's looking good. There we go. So if we want a gradient that goes, for example, from white to blue, top to bottom, we just use background and then linear gradient, and then we give our two colors, so white and blue. Simple as that. And then we get our beautiful gradient, and of course we can put any sort of content on top of that as well. So that's just our background for a div. We can put whatever we like behind that. So let's see what other options we can put in there. We can switch it to a left to right gradient by simply putting to right as our first parameter, and then it will become a left to right gradient. We can even make it a diagonal gradient by making it to bottom right. But now it's top left to bottom right. And of course, you can change these to anything you like. So if you want it to go the other way around, you could change that to top left. And then that will start with white at the bottom right and go up there. You can even have multiple colors in here. So if we wanted something that looked pretty horrendous, we could use white, red, green, and blue. And there it is. Whew, that's a bit special. We can also do radial gradients. So let's just create a new div. And this is exactly the same. So in fact, I'll just copy the width and the height down from up there. And then we just use background radial gradient. And then we might have white and blue again. We could of course use HTML color codes there as well as the color names. And then we get a gradient coming out from the middle. And that's pretty much it. So you now know how to create gradients. Let's look at how we use CSS3 to apply shadows. There are two ways to apply shadows in CSS3, and that is with text and box shadows. So we'll start with some text. Let's have an H2. This text will have a shadow. And then it's very simple. All we do is apply text shadow and then the offset to the right and the offset down. And that means that the shadow will be 2 pixels to the right and 2 pixels down of the original. Now that looks fairly horrendous as it is, but we could do a lot more with that. We can add a color. So Let's use my favorite green. There we go. Still looks pretty horrendous, but we've got the shadow. At the moment though, you can see that the shadow is completely solid. It's essentially a copy of the original text. Generally, you're going to want a slightly blurred shadow. So let's try putting in a bit of a blur. This will give a 4 pixel blur. And there we go. You can see that looks a lot nicer than it did before. Still not necessarily beautiful with the black and green combo, but it looks a lot better than it did. We could even have invisible text. By setting the color to white and just showing the shadow. A slightly different sort of shadow effect can be achieved as a kind of a glow by essentially doing a shadow with a 0 offset. So we use 0 and 0 for the offset, and then say 5 pixels red for the shadow, and then you get this sort of neon-y glow effect. You can even, if you really want to, put multiple shadows on a single element of text, and you can put them in different directions. So we might have a shadow which goes to the left and up with a blur of say 4 pixels and make it yellow. And there we go. So obviously I would never advise having that sort of a look in your websites, but you can do it if you want to. So remember to use text shadowing gracefully, and it can add a real nice subtle boost to the style of your page. More commonly used than text shadowing though is box shadowing. So this, as you might imagine, happens on divs or any kind of box-shaped element. So I'll call it shadow. Then let's bring it in. So we'll set the width to 200 pixels and the height to 200 pixels. And the box shadow initially to, let's say 3 pixels, 3 pixels. There we go. I should probably give a background color to the box as well. Let's use antique white. There we go. So it doesn't look great once again as a completely solid shadow, but if we choose the blur, so 3px, then it looks a lot nicer. And it really does have the effect of lifting the div off the page a little bit. Notice that that's quite dark immediately around the div, so you might want to change that to grey to have something a little bit more subtle. And if you want to really bring this off the page, then you just increase the box shadow to maybe 12 pixels. 12 pixels and then perhaps 6 pixels. And there you go. You've got a much bigger shadow there. And that's pretty much it. So you now know how to add shadows to divs, how to add shadows and glow effects to text, and how to create gradients. Obviously, none of the shadows that we've created here look particularly great, but used subtly, you really can add a bit of zip to your web pages. So use it well. We're now going to move on to look at transformations in CSS3. So now we're going to move on from shadows and gradients to transformations and animations. So this you can really use to do some pretty cool stuff. But we'll start off with something pretty simple. So let's start with a div with an ID of box. And then we'll take our box and we'll give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels a background color of red, and just for fun, we'll use the CSS property border radius of 10 pixels to give it slightly rounded corners. And then we're going to see how we can apply a number of different transformations to this box, some of which may seem pretty trivial, but when they get combined with an animation, that's when you'll see the power of them. So we apply a transformation with transform, and then a nice simple one would be translate. And we might want to move it 50 pixels to the right and 50 pixels down. And that just shifts it right and down. Now that might look pretty boring in itself, but when we combine it with a box hover pseudo class, and we put the transformation in the pseudo class, and we apply a transition property to the box itself. And a classic here would be 1 second and then ease in out. And we'll look at what exactly is going on there in a moment, but let's just see this in action. So now we've got no transformation, but when we hover, the box slowly moves from the animated state to its previous state. And this is the key of how we do animation with CSS transformations. So obviously the 1 second here just describes the time it takes to do the transition. The ease in out means that it starts off slowly, then gets a little bit quicker, and then slows down a bit at the end. So it just gives it a sort of slightly more bouncy feel. If you don't want that bouncy feel, then you can have a linear transition. And that will then move without changing speed from one to the other. If for some reason you want the transition to be quick at the beginning and then ease in and then a linear one after that, you can use ease in. But for the vast majority, probably ease in out is going to look the best. All right, so once you've got that figured out, it's just a matter of practicing the other types of transformation. So we can do rotations using transform rotate. So maybe we want to rotate 40 degrees. So we use 40 deg. And then that will then apply on the hover. You can, of course, apply the transformation to the box itself and just have it appear like that by default if you want to. We don't have to do animations here. It's just a bit more fun when you're practicing to use animations. We can make things bigger or smaller. Using transform scale. So we give the X transform, so maybe we want to double the size in the X horizontal direction, and maybe we want to quadruple the size in the vertical direction. Let's see that happen. There we go. So you can see it's keeping the center the same there, but it's stretching it out horizontally and twice as much vertically. And the last one I'll show you is a skew. Where you can stretch it out different amounts in both directions. So if we try 20 degrees and 30 degrees,
Let's see what that looks like. Get this sort of weird stretch effect. So again, it's the sort of thing you want to use subtly. You don't want probably to have a big effect like that, but it can just give a user a nice feeling if your buttons respond to their clicks in a nice way. And the scaling can be useful as well. If you've got a lot of information on a page and the user hovers over something, you might want to make that thing a little bigger to make it easier for them to read. So those are 2D transformations, but we can even do 3D transformations. So to make this a little bit clearer, we'll put some text in there this time. And we'll have an Arial font. And we'll center horizontally. And because we're using CSS3, let's get a vertical alignment in there as well. And we can do that using display is flex to use a flex box, which we'll look at in more detail in the next video. But once we've defined the display is flex, we can use align items to center to apply a vertical centering. But if we do that, then instead of using text align is center, we'll need to use justify content center to get our horizontal centering. There we go, that's better. Maybe just make it a touch bigger. Great. Maybe even 200. Lovely. So let's apply a 3D transformation now. The first one we'll use will be rotate X. So this rotates around the X or horizontal axis. And let's try 180 degrees. See what that looks like. So you can see we get this flip effect where it even rotates the text as well. Of course, we can do a rotate Y to rotate around the vertical axis, like that, and a rotate Z to rotate around the imaginary axis coming out of the screen. There we go. And that's the basis of it. You can do, of course, a lot more with CSS3 transformations and animations, but that's as far as we're going to take it here. I've given several links in the document at the end of this chapter if you want to investigate more. And if you do have an arty side and want to start creating fancy animations or recreating complex logos in CSS, which is a popular pastime for many, then those links would be a good place to start. For us though, we're nearly done with CSS3. I've just got a few more things to show you. Alright, so just a couple more things left. First, I would like to show you the flexbox, which is a great way of aligning things while avoiding floats, which can get quite nasty at times. So the normal way to create a flexbox would be something like create a div with a class of flexbox container, and then within your flexbox container you might have some more divs with a class of flexbox item or something like that. I'm just going to put a few items in there. There we go. And then we'd style those. Most importantly, with a display of flex. And then you might want to set a width and a height. And I'll just set a background color here as well so we can see what's going on. Let's have aqua. So as it is, that doesn't change much
compared to just a normal div. We can use the settings we saw earlier to center things horizontally and vertically, which is a nice extra feature. Vertical centering in particular can be tricky without a flexbox. But more importantly, we can use flexbox item, and we might want to give that a background color of bisque. Why not? And let's give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels as well. And you can see that these are already floating to the left of each other. Make it a little bit clearer if we give them a margin. So say 10 pixels. And then if we added more of those, then they actually start to behave like columns, and they get thinner and thinner without going on to the next line. So compared to floating, where we're not necessarily sure whether one element is going to go on to the next line or not because we don't know the screen size, the flexbox is much more predictable for us. So if we change the width here to 100%, then it will stretch them out to a maximum size of their full size, but it will compress them if the page is narrower as well. Now within that we can do some pretty fancy things. So let's just add some numbers to these. So we can see which one's which. And then in our flexbox container, if we want to, we can set the flex direction to be row reverse, and that will essentially lay them out from right to left. We can also use a flex direction of column, like that, and that will lay them out in a column fashion, and it will try and squeeze them in vertically if it can. If I change the container height to say 500, then it will stretch them out a bit more. And we can use column reverse if we want to as well to go upwards. So the whole idea here is to get a consistent layout. Now that might not be what you're after. If you're after a responsive website, you might want a different layout for different screen sizes. But if you want to be pretty sure that your layout is going to be the same, then Flexbox is a great way to do it. If you really want your Flexbox items to wrap, we can achieve that as well using flex wrap. And we've got no wrap, wrap, and wrap reverse. I'm going to go for wrap. And then if they haven't got enough room, they'll wrap around more like floated items. Alright, so enough about Flexbox, onto our final bit of CSS3, multi-column layouts. Before we move on to our end of section project, I just want to talk a little about CSS resets. We mentioned earlier that browsers can have default margins and padding built into their elements. These default margins that we saw over here can actually vary from browser to browser. If we don't do a CSS reset, we'll be relying on default browser styles for our layout, which can vary. Sometimes buttons will default to different styles, padding and margins may be different in Chrome compared to Firefox or Safari, for example. So let's take a look at some code. Now, if we get rid of the majority of our code here to leave the bare basics, quick challenge. Can you do a simple form like we did in the HTML section? Just have some text to say enter your name, an input text field, and a submit button. Off you go. Did you remember how to do that? We start with a form. Inside the form tag, we'll start a paragraph tag. Name, followed by an input tag with the type of text. And we'll place a button inside an input type of submit, which we'll also put inside a paragraph tag. We can see what it looks like on my web browser here, which is Chrome. If we take a look at the same code using Firefox, it doesn't look too dissimilar. Let's see what this looks like in Safari. Aha! The style of this button here looks very different. Ideally, we want to create code that makes a website look the same no matter what web browser somebody uses. We don't want any unexpected browser defaults breaking the layout or having a negative impact on the overall design in certain circumstances. And we can do this with a CSS Reset, so when our page is displayed in a web browser, it will look consistent across all other browsers. So basically, a CSS Reset targets all of these default browser styles and resets them to be consistent. For example, padding and margins are reduced to 0, default header sizes will be the same in all browsers. In our padding video, we set the margin and padding to 0, but rather than do this for every element when you start a CSS project, we can use a style sheet. There are a few CSS Reset style sheets available online, but we're going to use a popular one called normalize.css, which you can find if you put into Google, normalize.css. You should find the top result links to GitHub, which you can then click on. Click the red button. This has displayed the CSS code in my browser. Feel free to look at the code to get an idea of what it does. There's some nice comments throughout it, and it'll make sure that your website looks the same whether you view it from Firefox, Safari, Chrome, or Edge. And you can see it doesn't just set things to 0, it sets up particular elements so your style starts the same whether you view it from Firefox, Safari, Chrome, or Edge. I'm going to right-click and Save As. But we're going to have normalize.css in the same folder as our code here. If we put a link tag into our head section like this, link rel equals style sheet, href equals normalize.css, and then save. And if we do a refresh, it uses the style in the reset CSS file. You can tell because it's got rid of the margins in here, and the size of the text, input field, and the button has changed. And if we take a look in Firefox, and in Safari, the code we've written here is more consistent across these three web browsers. I haven't checked it with Edge because I haven't got it installed, but with any big projects I would definitely check it with all the popular browsers to make sure that things are displayed as expected. And that's it. To make your styles consistent across web browsers, make sure you use a CSS Reset, and I would recommend you do this for any project you're looking to create. Now, onto our end of section project. See you in the next video. Congratulations on making it to the end of the CSS section of this course. You've gone from knowing HTML to advanced techniques involving layouts, styling, selectors like classes and IDs, pseudo classes, and a lot more. So now's your chance to use all of those skills and create something real. The challenge I'm about to set will definitely be the toughest challenge that you've had so far in this course, and it'll be something that you can use to advertise yourself online as a web developer. We're going to create a page like this. It's going to be your portfolio landing page to tell the world about you being a web developer. So we have a navigation bar at the top, a nice big picture of me. This is known as a hero section, as it's the first thing someone will see when they come across the website, with a bit of text below it greeting the visitor. There's an About Me section with another picture of me, and a little bit of text about myself and the skills I've got. We have our project section here to show off some of the projects we've done.
such as the facts about the Earth from the HTML section, where if you hover over the title, a description of the site pops up with a link that looks like a button. And clicking on that link will take you to the project. And anyone who's done the CSS Final project from the Web Developer 2.0 course will recognize the BBC News clone project. As you do more of your own projects, you'll be able to add more in a similar way, so that you can have as many of these boxes as you like.
You may have also noticed that these boxes have slightly curved corners here. If you scroll down further, there's a Contact Me form. There's some text inside the input fields. These are placeholders and guide the user on what type of information to enter. The text fields have a slight curve on the corners too. And if we hover over the Submit button, it changes colour. Don't worry too much about the form being inactive and not actually sending an email at this point, as we'll cover that later in the course. And further down the page, there's some social media icons, which link to my Twitter and Facebook pages. Again, if you hover over them, they'll change colour. The icons are taken from Font Awesome, so as part of the challenge, you'll need to have a Google on how to incorporate that into this project. The site is also responsive, so as we adjust the web browser, the text and layout adjusts accordingly. Responsive design is made much easier with Flexbox, which we've already covered. If you want to follow along with me as I recreate this page, that's fine. But I would recommend at least trying to recreate parts of it on your own first, as you have the skills and techniques to do everything on this page. And you can have a quick Google at some bits that we haven't covered or anything you've forgotten. Don't be too fussy. You might not use the exact same font, colours or layouts as me, but as long as it's something similar to this page here, that will be good enough. So, good luck. I hope you enjoy the challenge, and when you've done it, do come back and watch how I've done it, and please do share with me on Twitter and the Q&A so that other students can have a look at what you've done, so that you can get some feedback and inspire others with your ideas. So if you would like to have a go, just pause the video here. Good luck. Okay, here we go then. So we're going to create a new file. And I'm going to call it portfolio.html.
I'm going to create a basic HTML document. By using the shortcode in my text editor, Visual Studio Code on my Mac, ! and enter, that gives us our basic HTML code. I'd highly recommend learning shortcuts for the text editor you're using, because it can save you a lot of time on doing things. So we have a doctype declaration at the top, our HTML tags, a head section, and a body section. I'm going to make the title for this page Rob's Portfolio Site. I'll then do a CSS reset, bringing in the normalize.css file we downloaded, which I've still got in the same folder. First thing I'll do is create a navigation bar by using the nav element. This is something I haven't shown you yet. The nav element is basically just a div, and you could use a div if you wanted. There's no difference in how it works, whether it's named div or nav. It just reads better if it's nav, which by convention is used for a navigation bar. My links are going to be an unordered list, which we do with UL. Each menu link will be a list item, which we do with li. The first list item will be About Me. This is going to link to the About Me section that we'll create in a moment. We can just copy and paste that to create our second list item to Projects. This will link to the Project section. The third menu item is to our Contact section, and link to the Contact section. Let's save it and see what it looks like. Alright, Not much to look at so far. You can see our list, but it's quite far from what we want. So let's give our navbar a style. We'll give it a display of flex and a background color. I've already selected my background color being #200E3D. And if you remember, you can go onto this site here where you can get the color code of a selected color, which I've already done and noted. I've gone for a dark purple shade. We'll justify the content to be center. We'll give it a fixed position. So if you remember in the positions lecture earlier, this will result in the item staying where it is as we scroll. The width is going to be 100% of the page. And we'll give it a Z index of 1 to make sure that the menu is above everything else on the page. We'll style the unordered list now. Give this a display of flex. Padding of 0, then 10%. List style, none. That'll get rid of the bullets. Next, we'll style the list items. Font size of 16 pixels. Padding of 0, 15 pixels. The items are going to be white. And transition, we'll give it a smooth change of color when we do a mouse over. We'll make it 0.2. And we'll make everything uppercase with text transform. We'll now create our hover effect for the list. Transition again 0.2 seconds. And I'm making the color for the hover this blue, cyan color, which I've already got the code for, 52C5FF. So let's save and take a look. Brilliant. Looking more like a navigation bar, and the text changes color when we hover over them. Now for the hero section. I'll give it a class name of hero. This tag, section, is just a div. You can just make it a div, but naming it section will make your code, again, more readable. Inside our hero section, we'll create a div give it a class name of container. I've already got my images of me saved here in a folder called images. That's where I'm going to put all the images for this site. My hero image is rob.jpg here. That's going inside my container. So my image source will be images/rob.jpg. We'll then have some text inside an h1. Hi, I'm Rob. I teach people how to code and make websites. You, of course, should use a headline relating to yourself. Let's take a quick look. Okay, there's the image of me. Just need to style it now. We'll start with the container, giving it a position of relative. Width is 100%, as the container is going to take up the whole width of the page. But I'm going to give it a max width of 1200 pixels. This will automatically change if the height of the content is larger than the max width. I'm going to give it a margin of top and bottom 0, and then auto on left and right. And with the padding, with the hero class, I'm just going to give it a top padding of 130 pixels. And with the hero image, border style will be none. I'm going to give it a border radius of 50%, which will create a round image. Margin is 0 top and bottom, and auto left and right. I'll give it a max width of 440 pixels, and we'll make the display a block element. I'll need to style the h1 tag now. Although the final result will make this text white, because there's a white background, we won't be able to see anything if we make it white now. So I'm going to make the color black just for the time being. Text align will be center, font size 24 pixels, and margin will be 30, 0, and 100. This will give me a margin of 30 pixels from the top, 0 left and right, and a bottom margin of 100 pixels. Just going to save and refresh and take a look. Remember, it's a good idea to check things as you code, so if you make a mistake, it'll be easier to find where you went wrong. Brilliant. Now, underneath the hero section, I'm going to have the About Me section. Starting with the section tag, I'll give it an ID About Me, and this will let the user jump to this section from the menu at the top, and a class called About Me. I'll give it an H2 heading, About Me. There's going to be another picture of me, so I'll set up a div with a class called About Me-section. I'll create another class to hold the image with a class called Image. Then another div with a class About Me-image. And another div with a class called About Me Text. So what we have now are these two divs, one for the About Me image and one for the About Me text inside this About Me section div. I'm going to copy and paste some text that I have on my website, robpercival.co.uk. When you do this on your own website, you should create a couple of paragraphs about yourself. Tell the world about who you are, what your hobbies are, any qualifications you have, and perhaps a little about your journey to becoming a web developer. I've got some nice information about myself here. Which I'll just paste. And then put some paragraph tags in place. And I'll just indent it nicely. I'll also add a little bit about my skills too. I'm familiar with HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript, PHP 7, and MySQL. Check out some of the projects I've done below. I'm just going to save and refresh. And if I click on About Me on the navbar, yep, it now jumps to the About Me section. Now let's start styling the About Me section. I'll start with the About Me class. Give it a width of 90%. Make the max width 1100 pixels. height is auto, and background color is white. Text align center, and padding 40, 50, then 70. Margin 0 and auto. This will give margins of 0 top and bottom while keeping my left and right margins on auto. I'm going to create an effect around the block using a box shadow. I'm just going to type this out and explain what's going on. Although we've covered box shadows, I didn't go over this trick. Although you may have figured it out yourself. What the code is saying is to do a shadow 10px down and 10px right, making it solid by setting the blur to 0 pixels, and then set the color to black at 40% opacity. Then add another drop shadow, since you can have multiple box shadows, which is reddish pink in color, and this one will have top 10 pixels, left 10 pixels, and 0px, blur again, and this time with the color at 80% opacity. Let's save and refresh. Because all the backgrounds are white at the moment, it doesn't quite pop. It will shortly when we have a non-white background. I'll need to style the About Me section, image div and About Me text div. I'll give it a padding of 5 pixels, display flex, align item center, justify content center, and flex flow is wrap. For my About Me image div, I'll make the height 450, width 400, and specify my background image from the images folder, so the URL is images/robaboutme.jpg. Make the background size cover. Background position is center. And now for the About Me text div. I'll make the height auto, width 40%, margin left 40%, and text align left. Let's take a look.
That hasn't worked. Oops, About Me image. I'll just correct that.
About Me section.
I've made a typo there.
Great, it's starting to take shape. I think some color is needed. If we go back to the finished version of the site and start scrolling down, we have this rather nice purple blending into the blue background. The background is a gradient, and I used a gradient generator to make this effect. So in Google, just type gradient generator, and one of the top results is this one, gradientgenerator.io. This is a free resource you can use for projects and very handy. Feel free to spend some time having a look around, but I'm going to select the option here for background. Here you can choose the colors for your gradient and adjust the properties of a gradient, and it will let you visualize what the gradient looks like, and then copy the code for it. I'm going to select the option here for web gradients. Then choose one you like. I can't remember what I used before. But Mars Party looks good. I can select the option to copy CSS. I'm going to style the body of my page with this gradient. And then paste the code here. Let's take a look. Fabulous. You can see the About Me section really pop out now, with the box shadow effect now. The colour of the gradient isn't exactly the same as the one I used previously, but it's close enough and looks pretty good. Okay, before moving on to the Projects and Contact Me section of the page, let's get rid of the underlines for those links in the navbar and choose a font for the text. To get rid of underlining of the hyperlinks, we style the A tag and make text decoration none. And for the fonts, let's go to the Google Fonts website. The font for my headings is Days 1, which I'll search for. It doesn't have to be the same one that I choose. And just copy the code here for the link which I'll put in the head section. Then style it for my H1, H2 and H3 tags. So Days 1 is my chosen font for headings, with sans serif being the backup font. I'm just going to save and refresh to take a look and make sure that that's worked. Super. Okay, now for the text for the body. So back to Google Fonts. And I want to search for a font, Work Sans. I'm going to choose this regular one. And you can see it's appended the code for the font to that which I selected for the Days 1 font. So I can copy this and replace the previous code in my head section. And I'll place the font family for Work Sans inside my body styling. Let's take a look. Great, looking good. Right, now onto the project section. So, for the projects, there's a couple of boxes with round corners.
and there's this hover effect which has a link to the project. I'll start with the section with an ID called Projects. That'll link to the navbar. Inside the section, we'll have a class called Project. With a title using h2 tags to say Projects. And another div that will hold the individual project elements with a class called Projects. Then a div for the specific project. The first one will be for facts about the Earth, but I'll call it Earth Project. I'll need a div to hold my text, so I'll give it a class called Text. And inside, I'll have an h3 for the name of the project. Facts about the Earth seems too long, so I'll just call it Earth Facts. We'll have another div for the text content and call the class Content. And inside this div, a brief description of the project. An HTML project about some facts about the Earth. There. For the link the user presses, I'll call this class Button. And I'll link it to my HTML project like this. Let's save and take a look. Okay, it needs styling to see how it looks, but clicking on Projects should jump to the Project section. Yep, it does. So let's add those styles. I'll start by styling the project section ID. Give it a padding of 5, margin of 5, width of 90%, just like the About Me section, and height is auto. Text align we'll set to center. For the projects class, display is flex. Align items will be center, justify content center, and flex flow wrap. For the H2 inside the project, I'll just make the color white. We need a picture of the Earth to go inside this div here. So let's go back to Wikipedia and search for Earth just like we did during the HTML section of the project. I'm going to select to download this picture of the Earth, but I only need a small one.
I'll just call it Earth.
I'm just going to make sure it's in the images folder. And then to style the Earth project div, the width is 400 and the height is 400. That'll give us a square. Background is white.
Position relative.
Border radius is 10, which will give us those nice round edges. Background image URL will be the images folder, and then earth.jpg. Margin 20 pixels. Background size is going to cover the whole area. And background position is center.
Okay, let's take a look. Right, time to style this text here and implement the hover effect. So for the text class, position is absolute, height is 65 pixels, width is 100 as it needs to stretch across the div, left is 0, bottom is 0, z-index is 2 as we want to bring it above the other elements. Background color is white, overflow hidden, and transition is 0.2 seconds, just to give it a smooth transition effect. And we'll give it some padding of 20 pixels. I'll save and do a refresh again.
That doesn't look right.
Class text.
You might have noticed that I've managed to spell project wrong. Easily done. Whoops, I've just noticed I've mistyped % there, so I'll correct that. Brilliant, that looks better.
Now for the expanded text from the hover effect and to style the other divs inside this project div. If you remember, we can use the hover pseudo selector to achieve that. This will increase the size of the text div to 175 pixels and will give it a transition of 0.3 seconds. We'll also style the H3 in the text div, setting margin top to 3 pixels for a bit of space. Let's make the content div black. For my button div, I'll give it a border of 5 pixels. Border radius of 10 to create some round edges. Width of 160. Set margin bottom to 100. And margin left to 10. Let's see how that looks. Super. That hover effect is looking really good. Okay, I'm going to add another project. This is going to be quite easy as we've done all the hard work already. All I'm going to do is copy all the code in the Earth project section and all the code inside the div, and just paste it inside the projects class. This is going to show the BBC News clone project. So I'm going to change the name of the class to BBC Project. Change the title inside this H3 to BBC News Clone. And change the description to this project is a clone of the BBC News website from the WebDev 2.0 course. And of course, the href needs to be changed to the address of where the BBC News clone website is. And to style it, I'm going to copy the code for the Earth project and paste it like that, but call it BBC Project. Let's take a look to make sure it's working as expected. It is, but we just need a picture of the BBC logo, so we'll go back to Wikipedia and do a search for BBC News. Select this logo, and again we'll select the smaller version and save it to the images folder. I'm going to name it bbcnews.png. Then make it the background image. Then save and refresh. Great, almost there. Just need to put together the contact form and the footer for the social media icons, so not much more to do.
So things are coming along nicely.
Starting with a section with an ID, Contact Me. Which will link from the navbar. This will have a class called Contact. An H2 that says Contact. And underneath that, inside paragraph tags, use this form to get in touch. I would love to hear from you. Then the familiar form tag with a class of contact form. You can see I've organized it so that the fields here are grouped together. So name, subject, and email address will be in a div, and the message will be in another div. I'll have a div with a class called Contact Details. And a label for name. The input type is text. ID, your name. And this is something not seen before. The grayed out text is a placeholder, and it's very easy to implement. We just put in placeholder, your name, and this will make it clear to the person viewing the website that this goes inside the input field. A label for subject. Input type is text. ID is subject and the placeholder reasons for your message. Label for email. Input type is email, so the input field will allow a valid email address. ID email and placeholder your email address. For the text area, the user can type their message. I'll have a div called message. Label message. Text area message.
with 15 rows, and a button to submit the form. Let's see how that looks. There it is. We've got the form, just need to style it. The width of the contact div is going to be 100% since it stretches across the entire page. The height will automatically adjust. I'll give it a bit of padding, 75 top, 0 right and 50 bottom and 0 left. Text align, center. I already know the background color to use, which will be 333 and an opacity of 45%. My contact paragraph tag will have a bottom margin of 50 pixels. And I'm going to make the colors of my text for my H2 and paragraph tag inside the contact class white. The contact form will have a max width of 800 pixels. Display is flex. Text align is left. Max width is 1100 pixels. And margin is 0 top and bottom and auto left and right. Colors of white. Contact form labels will have a display of box and margin bottom of 9 pixels. And the message div will have a display of flex. Flex direction is column and the width I'll make 60%. For the message text area, I'll give the border radius 5 pixels and no border to give a slight curve on the corners. For the contact details div, I'm doing flex :1. This will tell the page to grow and shrink the items inside the div to the proportion of the window. And we'll have a margin right of 50 pixels as I want some spacing in between the input fields and text area. My input fields will have a width of 100 as I want to go across the width of the div. Border radius is 5 pixels to slightly curve the corners. No border. Padding of 15 top and bottom and 20 left and right. And margin bottom of 20 pixels. Let's take a look. Fabulous. The only thing left to do on this contact form is to style the button and give it this nice hover effect. For the color of the button, I've already got a button noted, which is this shade of blue. There's no border. A border radius of 5 pixels, again for the slight curves on the corners. I'll give it a background of light blue. Width of 140 pixels. Height of 40. Margin top of 40 pixels. And margin left auto. Text transformation will be uppercase. Font weight is bold. The cursor property isn't something we've seen before. This is what will change the cursor when hovering over the button. So the mouse cursor will change like so. Transition I'll make 0.3 seconds. And to make the button change color when hovering over it, the background will be black, the font color will change to white,
Transition 0.2 seconds this time, as I want the change to be a bit quicker. Okay, let's take a look. Looking good. Now, just the footer left. I'm going to declare a footer. This works just like a div, and like the section tag, it's just more readable. I could have used a div, but the footer tag is more meaningful here. Inside the footer, let's have a div with a class of container. This will use the same styling as the container for the hero container. And another div with the class of copyright. We need the HTML entity for the copyright symbol, for which you can just use Google. Good old W3 schools. The HTML entity for the copyright symbol is &copy. So I can just use the text. This site, the &copy, 2022, Rob Percival. And finally, a div for links to my social media pages. I'll create the hyperlinks for my Facebook page, facebook.com/rpcodestars, and one for my Twitter page, twitter.com/techedrob. As I mentioned at the start of this lecture, the icons for Facebook and Twitter are taken from Font Awesome. Well done if you worked out how to incorporate those. If we do a Google search for Font Awesome, the first link is to fontawesome.com. And there are steps on how to get started. But the quickest way to get started is to go to the link for W3 School site, as it's a bit easier to demonstrate. I'm going to find one for Facebook and then select Try It. The examples on this page give us various examples of how to style the icon with different sizes and even colors. But I'm just going to copy this bit of code here, which doesn't have any additional code apart from the icon, as I'm going to be styling it separately. And I'm going to place it where I normally would, put some text or an image for a link. And similar to the Google fonts, there's a link to the font styles which we copy and paste into the head section of our page. I'm just going to save to check that that's worked. Excellent. And now one for Twitter. Here we go. And we'll copy the code and paste it into our code like that. Save and refresh. Great. Now to style the footer. I'm going to give the footer a height of 90 pixels. I've already decided on the color of the background, which I noted earlier is 1F2027, which is a shade of black. For the footer container, the display is flex, align items center, and height is 100% to take up the whole of the div. For the social media icons, I'll make the font size 200%, width auto, and I'll also use margin left auto. I'll also style the color of the icons themselves along with the link, making it white, and a transition of 0.2 seconds because it's going to change color when the mouse hovers over. So we'll do that, giving it a color of light blue when hovered over, and transition of 0.2 seconds. And finally, the copyright div. The color for this is white. Let's save and take a look. Excellent. So, congratulations. I hope you managed to do a good chunk of this yourself, but even if you just followed along to this video, I hope you've learned a great deal and seen how you can use the CSS knowledge that you've learned in this section and create a world-class website. And you can use this site to promote yourself as a web developer. For many of you, this was probably the biggest coding challenge you've had yet. There are also other things you can add to it. You might want to add a section for client testimonials about how great you've been, or have a section to list all the web developer skills you have as you learn more when you go through this course. We'll build on the portfolio website where I'll set out some challenges as you progress through the course. So, well done once again for making it this far. We've got just one more quick video before the end of the CSS section where I'll go through how to separate some of this code to organize it a little bit better. I'll see you there.
Now, just when you thought you were done with CSS, there's one more thing I want to show you. I've hinted at this a couple of times during this section, but another way of storing your CSS is to do it completely off the page that you're working on. So the internal CSS that we've been using so far has all of the CSS right there in the code of the page. There's a couple of reasons why that's not a great idea. It's very helpful in development when you're making a site because everything's together, but in production, it means that you have to have your CSS content on every page, which isn't great. You could find yourself updating it several times, and you'll definitely have a slightly slower site because the users will have to download the CSS information every time they load a new page. So the general solution for this is external CSS. And we already saw one of those files when we used normalize.css, but I'm going to show you how to do it now with our portfolio.html file. So I'm going to get all of the style information and cut it. And we'll get rid of this. And just out of interest, let's have a quick look and see what our page looks like without any CSS at all. Yeah, it's not great. Readable, but not great. So how do we keep our CSS separate from our HTML? Well, I'm going to do it by creating a new file. And this is going to be our CSS file. So I'm going to call it portfolio.css. And that's where I'll store all of our styles. And now all I need to do is reference that file in my portfolio.html file. We'll bring in all those CSS styles. So you may remember some of the code that we had when we copied in the Google Fonts link, but we do this using link, which is our way of bringing in another file into our HTML file. And we use rel, which is short for relation, and this is the relation between the main HTML file and the file that we're linking to. And in this case, it's a style sheet. So this tells the HTML that we're linking to a separate style sheet. Then we have to clarify the type, and the standard for style sheets is text/CSS. And finally, we give it the href, or the hypertext reference, the location. So that's going to be portfolio.css. Simple as that. So now if we save that and reload our page, we've got all our styles back in. So that's how you use external CSS, and I would recommend using external CSS pretty much all the time when you're working with a live site. It just makes things so much easier, separates everything out, and requires the user to download less information when they visit multiple pages on your site. Alright, so use some external style sheets in the next website that you create, but for now we're going to go on and look at some JavaScript. So congratulations once again on making it to the end of the CSS section of this course. You've gone from almost no knowledge of CSS to exactly how to implement it into your pages, and then some really quite advanced CSS techniques involving pseudo classes, layouts, selectors like classes and IDs, and a lot more. So now's your chance to use all of those skills and create something real. The challenge I'm about to set will definitely be the toughest challenge that you've had so far in this course, but I hope that you'll learn the most from it as well. So what we're going to be doing is cloning this page, the BBC News website, and I've chosen the tech page, not because I don't like Asda, but as an upcoming web developer, you should definitely be keeping up with the latest tech developments. So creating something like this is definitely not going to be easy, but the more effort you put into figuring stuff out yourself, the more you'll learn from it. So one option is to follow along with me as I recreate this page, which is perfectly fine, but I would certainly recommend at least attempting recreating parts of it on your own. You've got all the skill and techniques that you need, and if you've forgotten any or want to try something else, there's always Google to figure out something more advanced. So if you possibly can, have a go at it yourself before you watch the videos and follow along with me. One word of warning, don't necessarily be too fussy. We're not going to use the exact same font, and some of our layouts might not be exactly the same as this site, but it'll be close enough that the layman probably couldn't tell the difference, at least at first glance. One final thing before we begin. Of course, the news on whatever day you're doing this is going to be different to what I'm seeing here. I think that's a plus, and it will give you the opportunity to do something slightly different to what I've done. But if you want the exact same page that I'm going to be working with, then you can jump to completewebdevelopercourse.com/clone. And we're going to be doing it without the cookie message at the top. So this is the exact page, and this is not going to change. I'm going to go as far as about this line here, so where that grey line is all the way along, because I don't think you'll necessarily want to watch me for hours and hours recreating the whole page. We'll just do that top part there. If you want to be super creative, feel free to choose another website to clone, or do this one and then do a different one. But I think the BBC site is a great looking site. You'll learn a huge amount by attempting to copy it as well. One final word of warning, don't attempt to try and recreate the responsiveness of the site. So the BBC website is responsive, which means that it looks different and lays out nicely regardless of the screen width. We're not going to try and recreate that at this stage. We don't have the techniques, but we will be covering them later on in the course. So all you're aiming to do is create something that looks like this. I also wouldn't worry too much about making it look exactly right in every browser, because on getting it right in Chrome, and your cross-browser development skills will come along as the course goes on. Alright then, so good luck. I hope you enjoy the challenge, And when you've done it, do come back and watch me give it a shot. Okay, here we go then. So I'm going to start by creating a new page. So I'm going to do that within brackets. So we'll go to File, Save As. You obviously do it in your text editor. And then I'll just call it bbc.html. Save it there. And then we'll get rid of the style from the previous video, and we'll change the title so that that matches technology-bbc news. So I've just copied that from up there. And then let's jump over and change this so that we're looking at the right page in our browser. Okay, and a quick check is always good. There we are. And we've got the right website title as well. All right then, here we go. Deep breath. I'm going to essentially start from the top left and work my way along. And that bar at the top definitely looks to me like a good place to start with a div. Definitely, that's a section of the page which is different to everything else. So let's start there. And we'll create our div. And I'm going to give it an ID of top bar, because it's the bar at the top of the page. Now, it's got a white background, or at least it looks white to me. I'm going to use the color picker just to check that it is. Yes, it is. So all those F's in the middle are a complete white, so I don't need to give it a particular background. What I do need to do is center it. So you can see there it's got a fixed width, but it is centered in the page. So as far as my clone is concerned, I could forget that centered bit, but I would quite like to do it. So let's have a quick Google to see if we can work out how to center a div within the page. Oh, there we go. Center div in page. That looks good. That takes us to stackoverflow.com. If you haven't discovered stackoverflow.com yet, then you haven't been Googling enough to work out how to do things, because it comes up all the time. It's a great site. So it looks to me that we can center our div by giving it a fixed width and then setting the margin to 0 and auto. So that's going to be a 0 margin at the top and the bottom and an auto margin on the left and right. So that should center it for us. Great. So let's do that. So for our top bar, we're going to use hash and then top bar, and we'll experiment a bit with the width. I think about 1,000 pixels is likely to be about right. And then, as we saw, we want margin 0 and then auto. And I'm actually just going to give it a temporary background color so that I can see how wide it is. And I think we'll need to give it a height as well. So we'll experiment with that. My guess would be around 40 pixels. Okay, let's take a look. So there we go. Excellent. So I think that looks good. It's about the right width and height, but we do have this bar at the top there, which I want to get rid of. We did see how to do that a few videos ago. I wonder if you can remember. It's just a matter of setting the body margin and padding to 0. So that should now align it to the very top left. There we go, or to the very top anyway. Left only if it happens to be smaller than 800 pixels. Okay, so now we can get rid of our background color. And the first thing we're going to want is this BBC logo. So I'm just going to steal it directly from the page by right-clicking or control-clicking and then save image as. Then I'm actually going to create a new folder called images. You don't have to do this, but it's quite a neat way of keeping all your images separate from your HTML files. And I'm going to call this BBC logo. Okay, so now we've got BBC logo.png. So let's pop it in and see what it looks like. So we add an image using img, and then we want src, and it's going to be in images / and I even get that nice auto predict there. Brilliant. Let's take a look. Fantastic. So I'm very happy with that, but it is at the top of the page and we want it down slightly. So I'm going to give it a margin at the top. So let's give it an ID of logo. It's definitely an ID because there's only one logo. And then with the logo, I want to set a margin top of, let's say, 5 pixels. Let's have a look at that. Okay, I think we could make it a little bit more than that, maybe 8. Remember, we're not worrying about purely pixel perfect here, but that looks about right. It's definitely a bit smaller by default as well, so I'm going to stretch it out a bit. Let's try giving it a width of maybe 120 pixels. Okay, a little too big. Let's try 100 pixels. Okay, that looks about right to me. All right, so now we've got our logo. The bit to the right of here, we want a nice vertical border there. And we've actually got those to separate out each of these. So I'm going to create a class for those with a border on the left. So we'll need to float the logo to the left because we're going to want to put other things to the right of it. And then let's create this sign in div. So we're still inside the top bar here. And we'll call it sign in div. There we go. Now we want it floated left and we want it with a border to the left. And we're going to want that for all of the top bar sections here. So I'm going to create a class of top bar section. And then I'm going to assign those styles to that. So we want them all to float left. And we want this border left. And let's try 1px gray solid. See how that looks. And there's nothing there. That's interesting. I suspect that's because we don't have a height yet. So let's make it a height of 100% so it will completely fill the top bar. And there we go. So now we can see it. It needs a bit of work. So I think I'm going to add a margin to the right of my BBC image. So that's logo here, just to spread that out. And let's have a look. How wide do we want this to be? About the same as the distance from the top. So let's try a margin right of 8 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. We haven't got the color right though, so let's use our color picker to pick a color from the page and then try and isolate the color that we want. It's pretty tricky to do at this scale, so I'm going to zoom in as much as I can, and we can see that it's 1 pixel here. It's tricky to get it just right, but I think it's that CCCCC there. That looks like the right sort of grey to me. So let's jump back and change the border color from grey to hash CCCCCC. Let's take a look. Okay, that looks much better. Great, I'm going to fix the height later on because I want to put some content in first. So let's zoom out again. So we've got two things here. We've got this image and then we've got the sign in text. So let's zoom in. And if we right click on this image, you'll see that we can't actually download it directly. So I'm actually going to use the screen grab tool on the Mac, which is Command Shift 4. And that will allow me to select the image and save it to my desktop. If you're on Windows, you can use the snipping tool to do the same thing. Or if you have problems with that, you can always download it from the zip at the end of this section, which gives you the whole of my version of the BBC page. So I'm going to go back over to Finder, and there's the file. So it's a screenshot and then the date and time. I'm going to change that to sign in image. And then I'm going to copy it to the clipboard and pop it in my images folder. There we go. So now let's jump back over and add that in. So we're going to put this in the sign in div, and it's an image with an src of images and then sign in image.png. There we go. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so we've got it. It's a little larger than we need. So let's give it an ID of sign in image and then use a bit of CSS to customize that. So we'll create a sign in image selector and then we'll set the width. Let's try 10 pixels. Ooh, a little bit small. 40 pixels, a bit too big. 30 pixels. We zoom out again. I think that looks about right. We want the same kind of height as the BBC logo, so I like that. And we'll need some margin for it as well. We want a top margin and a left margin. So let's see if we can do a margin all the way around. Let's try 8 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think that is about right, although the left margin is actually a little bit more. So I'm going to change that. So we've got 8 pixels at the top and maybe 15 pixels on the left. Let's just have a look at that. There we go. I think that looks a little better. It's maybe a bit large. So let's make it slightly smaller. And give it more of a margin at the top. Okay, that looks better. Touch more margin at the top, I think, bring it down a little bit. Brilliant. Okay, so next bit is this sign in text. So we're going to need to change the font and make it bold. So let's add in that. Just make sure I get the capitalization right. So it's sign in with a small I. There we go. Okay, so we definitely want to float this image to the left so that it's to the left of our sign in text. So let's just add that in. That's better. And now let's get this font right. Now I'm going to show you a little trick. I think we'll use the same font throughout. So if we select a certain bit of text, right click or control click in Chrome and then inspect, this will give us a bit of information about that particular text. And the computed section is particularly useful because it gives you a bit of information about that text. So that can be really handy. We're going to particularly focus on the font family. There we go. So the font family is something called Helmet. I think I'm going to go for just this last bit here. So Helvetica, Arial and Sans Serif, because I suspect these ones are custom fonts for the BBC site. So let's see if we can change the font, and we're going to want to change the font for pretty much everything. So let's do that within our body tag, and we want to set the font family to Helvetica, Arial and then Sans Serif if we can't get either of those. So let's have a look. That should change the font of our sign-in. Fantastic. So I think this can be a span, because it's not quite a paragraph on its own. So we'll call it sign-in text. And we don't need to do a lot with it. We need to make it bold, maybe change the size and then move it down a touch. I'm actually looking at the sign-in image there. I think it should be slightly higher. See if that looks better. So let's take our sign-in text selector and we want font weight bold. I'm going to make it a touch smaller. Font size, let's try 90%. And then let's try moving it down around 11 pixels. Okay, I'm liking the size and font weight. It's not liking my margin top though. So I suspect that's because it doesn't want to apply a margin to a span. So let's try doing it with positioning instead. So we'll give it a relative positioning with a top of 11%. 11 pixels, sorry. There we go, that looks good. So it's moving down. I think we need to move it a bit further. 15 pixels. Slightly too far. 14. Okay, I'm liking that. Okay, that looks pretty similar. You'll notice that there is this nice color that appears on mouse over here. We're not going to be recreating that. We don't have the skills for that yet, I'm afraid. If you want to check out how to do that with JavaScript, then feel free. It's not too tricky, but it's definitely beyond our abilities right now. Next then, we've got this slightly strange wiggly line there. I'm going to use Command Shift 4 again to take a screenshot of that. I'll try and get it as accurately as I can. And I recommend doing the same thing with the snipping tool down to the bottom. And while I'm here, I'll do the same thing for the bell. There we go. So let's find those. There they are. So I'll rename this one bell. And I'll call this one wiggly line. Now you can see I've copied some of the top of the screen there. If you're on a Mac, there's an easy way to fix that. You can just double click on your image and then zoom in and select the bit that you want to keep, and then use Command K to crop, and then you're left with just the bit that you want. So that's really useful. You'll need to use an image editor if you're on a PC to do the same thing, or you could just use the images in the zip file at the end of this section if you'd rather. So let's select wiggly line and bell, and then copy them back into our images folder. Alright, so our wiggly line is going to go somewhat to the right of sign in there. So I think it deserves its own div. Which is going to be here. So we're still inside top bar, but we're not in sign in div at the moment. I'll call this one bell div. There we go. And then the first thing that we're going to want in our bell div is our image, which is going to be our wiggly line.png. So let's just have a little look about that. Okay, that's fine, but it's obviously a little bit large. I suspect we'll need to mess around with that later, but let's just give it a height for the moment. I'll give it an ID of wiggly line, which is probably not the sort of professional sounding ID that you'd want to use in a final page, but it will do for our purposes. So wiggly line. We're going to want to float it left, and let's give it a height of, well, for now we can put 40 pixels, which is the same height that we gave the top bar originally. So that will do for now. We might need to perfect it when we've got everything in place. Obviously it's pretty close to sign in there. So what I'm going to do to fix that is give my sign in text span a right padding of, let's say, 50 pixels. See how that looks. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think that's about the right sort of distance along. Great. Now we're going to bring in our bell. So that's just going to go next to our wiggly line. So image, we'll call it bell, src is images, and then bell. Let's have a look. Okay, great. Happy with that, but obviously we need to make it a little bit smaller. So let's try a height of 15 pixels. See how that looks? Oh, a little bit too small. Maybe 25 pixels. Okay, yep, I like that. And then let's give it a margin. So let's try a top margin of around 12 pixels and a left and right margin. Let's do it about the same, 12 pixels as well. Okay, that's definitely a little bit too much. Maybe 10, maybe 9. Okay, that'll do, and it's a little bit far from the wiggly line as well, so let's make that 10. Maybe still too far. Try 8. Okay, we can play with that and see how it looks. Now we're going to have our relatively easy bits, hopefully news, sport, weather, iPlayer, etc. So let's bring in a new class for those. So after the bell div, I did float the bell div left, did I? No, I didn't. So let's do that. There we go. So that means that everything will be to the left of it. Now these ones I think don't need a specific ID because they're all the same, but they will need a specific class. In fact, they might need 2 classes. They all have a margin left and they're all going to be floated left. So we can use the top bar section class for all of them. There we go. And then that first one there is just news. So let's see how that looks. Okay, so it looks fine, but I think we're going to need to make it bold, maybe a touch smaller, and we're going to need to add some margins to it. So let's call this top bar menu as well. So we've got 2 classes, and then specifically to top bar menu, we'll have a font weight of bold and a font size of, let's try 90%, we might not need it. And then we'll have a margin of, what did we have before? Actually, what worked for the sign-in text? 14 pixels. Let's try that. And we'll try 15 left and right as well. Okay, yes, I didn't mean margin, I definitely meant padding. Okay, so yeah, we're getting there. We've got much too much left margin there, and I think we need to move it up maybe just a touch. Let's try 13 pixels there, 15 pixels, and let's have 0 padding at the bottom, but then keep our 15 pixels on the right. See how that looks. Okay, that hasn't helped our problem with our line, so let's try specifying a particular height. Remember, the height is going to be plus the padding. So if we want the whole height of this thing to be 40 pixels, then we need to take away the padding at the top, which is 13 pixels. So that leaves us with 27 pixels. So let's have a look. Okay, that looks a lot better. Great. We might have to fiddle around with that a little bit later on, but that looks good enough for now. All right, so now we've got some easy bits. We just need to add sport, weather, iPlayer, TV, and more. So let's do that by copying these divs. So see if I can remember them. Sport. Nope, I can't. Sport, weather, iPlayer, TV, and more. There we go, let's have a look. All right, I think for the first time it's starting to take shape. I'm liking that. We do need a little down arrow there. We're not going to bring in this fancy menu there, but I will put the down arrow in. I suspect we'll need to do a little screenshot of it. That should be fine. There we go. So same as before, if you can't get that for whatever reason, then just grab it from the zip at the end of this section. So there's the more arrow, and let's bring that into our images folder. There we go. And then that's just going to go after more. So let's bring that in. Image with a source, and then images, more arrow. There it is. So we want it moved along a little bit, and of course the right size. So I'm liking the position, actually. That works quite well. So give it a more arrow ID. And then I think we need to change the size first of all. So let's try a width of 6 pixels. And we definitely want a margin left of, let's say, 15 pixels. Oh, definitely a little bit small. 16 pixels. Okay, yeah, that looks better. And maybe 20 pixels there, space it out a little bit. Great. All right, so that's looking good. Let's jump back over and see what we need to make next. So all we've actually got left in this top bar is this search box here, which is going to be a text input with a little bit of styling to get that image in the background. All right, so let's see if we can pull that off. We definitely need a new section. So let's create a new div with a class of top bar section. And then we'll start off just by putting an input with a type of text and seeing how that looks in itself. Okay, so we've got the input, but that's not quite what we're after. So let's do a little bit of work to try and make it look like that. So we're going to need to make it wider. We're going to need to set the background to that grey color. There it is. And we're going to need the magnifying glass image. So while I'm here, I'm going to use Command-Shift-4 again. You can use the snipper tool if you're on Windows. And I'm just going to copy that to the desktop. And there it is. So I'll call it magnifying glass. And then I've just copied it again, so Command-C or Control-C, and I'm going to paste it into the images folder with all our other images. There we go. So let's start by putting it about the right shape and size and that background. I think I've just lost the background color again. There we go. So I'll grab it again to the clipboard. So let's give this an ID of search box and then create some styles to make it look how we want. So we'll start off with a background color as that's in the clipboard. And that's going to be that number there. So that looks about right. We don't want any border here. So I'm just going to put in border none. Okay. We definitely want it a little bit taller than it currently is. But we might achieve that with padding. Let's have a look at just putting some text in there. So we definitely want to style that text a little bit. Try bold font weight first of all. And I think a little bit bigger. Yep. So let's try a font size of, start off with 14 pixels. I think that looks about right. And then we'll have a little bit of padding. Try out 5 pixels. Okay. I'm liking that. I think that's about close enough. We then definitely want a bit of margin. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think that's about right. You can obviously play with those depending on how much of a perfectionist you are. All right, so just before we add that image in, let's have another quick look at how it actually works. If we take a look at this search box here and drag the mouse over, we can actually see that the image is separate to the search box itself. So what we actually want to do is get our image to appear on the right of the search box. And it will be nice to do it in such a way that clicking on the magnifying glass does the actual search for us. Obviously, we're not going to create a functional search engine here, but we can do that last bit quite easily. So let's see how we achieve that. Our default way, if we just had an image, would be just after the input to have an image with an src of images and then magnifying glass. And we'll give that an ID of magnifying glass. There we go. And we're going to need to add a float left to the search box to make that float nicely. And then for now, let's just leave that blank and see how that looks. Okay, so we've overlapped our 800 or so pixels. I think that's fine. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And we're also going to want to remove the margin from the right of the search box as well. So let's change our margin to 5 pixels and then 0 and then 5 pixels. 5 pixels, and that should remove that margin so they're nice and together. Now I'm not happy with the coloring there, it doesn't seem to match up. So let's try that again. Just grabbing the right color. Doesn't seem to be working too well for me here. Okay, let's try that. E4, E4. Okay, that's a lot better. Excellent. So let's get this height right. Start off at around 15 pixels. Okay, that's handy. We're now in the right range. But we need to make it a little bit bigger. So let's go for 25 and let's add a margin top of 5 pixels as well. Okay, now we're looking good. So I think we need a couple more pixels in the height. Let's go for 27. There we go. Okay, that looks great. Now, what we can't do at the moment is what I mentioned earlier, which is click on that image. But I'm going to show you a nice and easy way that we can do that. All we need to do is change our image to an input with a type of image. And then that will make it clickable. And if we had a proper form there, that would actually submit the form as well. So you can see that that's now clickable and effectively does the same thing as a submit button. Of course, we don't have a form here. It won't actually submit, but if it did, we would. So that's as far as we're going to go on this video. Our top bar is now more or less complete. In the next video, we're going to create the news section there in red and then the menu underneath. I hope you're staying with me and that you're learning a lot at the same time. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so we're making good progress on our clone. So far, we've pretty much covered the top bar at the top. So our challenge in this video is going to be to recreate the dark and lighter red section of the header here. Now you can see that we've got the red and darker red bars extend right to the edge of the screen, whereas the content has the same width as before. So we're going to need an outer div which has a width of the whole screen, and then an inner div which has a width the same as the top bar that we created up there. So that should be pretty straightforward. It would definitely be worth clearing our floats to make sure that everything appears below the top bar here. So let's have a special div to clear everything. We're probably going to be using that more than once. So I'll create it as a class, and we just want to clear both floats. Not that we've got any right floats at the moment. And then I'm going to call this the menu bar, for lack of a better phrase. So I'm going to start with an ID of menu bar container. So this is going to be the full width div for this lighter red background. So let's just try and get our red color first off. That looks good. And then, what did I call it? Menu bar container. There we go. So we want a background color of that and a width of 100%. Let's have a look. Oh, we could do with a height as well. Let's try 100 pixels to start off. That's better. Okay, so we're looking pretty good already. In terms of height, I think that's a little bit high for just that top part there. So let's go for something like 70 pixels. Great. Then we're going to need our menu bar, div to go within that. And that's going to be pretty similar, but we want it centered and to have a width the same as the top bar at the top. So let's go right back. Remember, we had 1000 pixels and a margin of 0 auto, which should give us the layout that we want and make it nice and centered as well. So in terms of content, we would just want the word news there. So I think I'm going to use an H1 for this. There we go. So the text is there. Got some strange padding coming in, and we definitely need a little bit of styling as well. Now, we're only going to have one H1 on our page, so we don't need to give it a class or an ID. I think we definitely want to take away any padding or margins. So let's set padding and margins to 0 for now. We might want to put some back in again. We definitely want it to be white. And I think we want it to be a little bit larger than it is now. So let's try a font size of 40 pixels. See how that looks. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think we actually don't want it to be bold. So let's set the font weight to be normal. Great, that's looking better. It's not quite the same font, but it's close enough. But we do want a little bit of a margin at the top, I think. So we'll set margin top be, that's too much, maybe 10 pixels. Let's have a look. Now that's moved down the whole bar, which is not what we want. So let's switch that to a padding at the top. That's better. Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty close to what we've got there in the real thing. Fantastic. So now we just need to have our find local news link and that image there. I wonder if I can get it. No, not easily. Okay, so while I'm here, I'll do my screenshotting trick. And then let's jump over and copy that image. I'll call it a pointer. There's probably a better name for it, but that will do. Copy it into our images folder. Great. Okay, so we want a little box there and a link inside with our image to the right of it. So I think I'll use a div for that. Pop it after news, but this is going to be inside menu bar. So div ID equals, and let's remind ourselves what it actually says. Find local news. So let's call this local news. And the text, before I forget it, is going to be find local news. Let me just check the capitalization. Oh, all lower text, all lowercase, I mean at the beginning. And then we're going to want our image. And I called it pointer. Okay, let's have a quick look and see what that looks like with no styling at all. Needs a bit of work. All right, no problem though, we can handle this. So first off, we need to get that H1 to float left. In fact, we could possibly do without that, because what we're going to do now is get our div, which was called local-news, and we'll get that to float right. There it is. So we don't actually need this to float left. It's not going to cause any problems, but let's get rid of it. Always good to keep the code simple. So I'm actually going to just get rid of the float right temporarily so that I can see what I'm working with here. I have to make the browser window bigger and smaller every time. But in terms of, we want it white, quite large, and centered with a small grey box around it. So let's have color white. We do want it to be a link as well. So a href. I'll just leave it blank in terms of its destination. Not too worried about where it goes. Close that there. Now that's good, but it hasn't made our link white. And we're going to access that by using local-news and then a. And that will then style all the links within local news. So if we now have a look at that, we don't actually need that style. And there we go. So it is white, but I'm just going to temporarily pop back my float left into the H1 so that I can see it all there. That'll make it a lot easier to develop. Okay, we want to get rid of that underline. So text decoration none, but we want to bring it back in on hover. So local news a, and then the hover pseudo class, as we've seen before. Bring back the underline. So let's have a look at that. Lovely. All right, we need it a little bit bigger. So let's try a font size of 15 pixels. Ooh, too small. 25 pixels. Ooh. Don't forget pixels. There we go, a little big. Maybe I was right all along with my 15. No, that is definitely too small. Somewhere in between. 20, that looks about right. All right, now the link is definitely a little bit low down. So let's use a bit of positioning to move it back up again. So relative positioning, and then we'll set the top to, let's try out minus 20 pixels. That'll move it upwards. Okay, that looks pretty good, but let's try maybe 17. I like that, that looks more centered. Brilliant. And now let's style the image. We just need to make that a bit smaller really, and possibly change the position. We could give the image a particular ID, but slightly more fancy would be to take our local-news and then style all the images within it. And there's only one, so that saves us having to create another ID for our pointer there. So let's change the height to be, let's try 20 pixels. Ah, it's a little small. Ah, this has affected our link as well. So we probably won't need our relative positioning there. That's interesting. So let's use 30 pixels instead. Still a little small maybe. Let's go for 40. Okay, brilliant. So I think that's about the right size. Find local news is now a little bit out of whack. So let's move it down a touch, not that much. We want it to be roughly centered with the image. So about that should do. And then we want our box round the find local news. Which should be fine. Let me see if I can get that color just right. I'm not finding my color picker to work that well at the moment, but let's see what we can do. So there's the dark red. And that, I think, is the lighter red. Let's give it a go. So let's set the local news div to have a border of 1 pixel, that color, solid. Okay. That's about the right color, I think, but it's definitely extended further than we'd want there. Let's have a look and find out why. I think it's because we need to introduce our float. So let's now float. Let's see if we can get away with floating left temporarily. And we'll want to set a fixed width as well. So let's go for something like 200 pixels. Okay, good. So that now gets the border roughly how we want it. The width is a little bit wide. So let's go for 180 pixels. Great. I think we need a little bit of padding on the left and right, and maybe a touch on the top to bring it down a little as well. So let's go for 5 pixels at the top, and then 5 pixels on the right. Let's try 0 on the bottom and see what effect that has, and then 5 pixels on the left as well. Okay, I'm liking that. I think maybe a touch more on the left. Let's try 10 pixels. Excellent. I think that looks good. Now all we need to do is bring it down a little. So we'll do that with a margin. So at the top, let's try 5 pixels again. And then we're going to want a margin right of, let's try around 10 pixels. And we're not actually interested in bottom and left margins because we're going to float it to the right. Okay, let's have a look. There it is. Fantastic. So it's not identical to that, but it's pretty close. I think we can make the text a little bigger, and it'd be nice to align the bottom of the text with the bottom of that image there as well as it is here. So let's just do a little bit of playing around with that. If we can, we'll float it left again so that we can see it more clearly. There we go. So we want the font size to be maybe 60 pixels. If that's not too much. Oop, that's the wrong one. Font size, let's try 30. That's a little large. 26. Okay, I think that looks about right. We'll then need to increase the width. Let's try 190, it's too narrow. 200, still too narrow. 210, still too narrow. 220. Excellent. That's better. Now that I can see it there, I think I want it even bigger. So let's go for 30 and 240. 250. There we go. Okay, so that looks good. Maybe we don't need to move it up at all anymore. Let's have a look. Maybe it will position itself. No, it's still too low down without that repositioning. So let's try moving it up 5 pixels, a little bit more, 8 pixels maybe. There we go. Excellent. I like that. So let's just change the float from left to right. I think that looks pretty good. One thing that you may have noticed that we're lacking though is this grey bar here, which adds a nice border between the top bar as we're calling it, and the top bit of the menu bar here. So let's add that in. And we also need to make sure our lines line up with that. So this is where it comes in. It has to be pretty pixel perfect. So we can use our local news container, I think, for this, or our menu bar container, sorry. And we'll give it a border top of 1px solid, and we definitely have that color already because we used it on the left of the top bar menu. So where's the border left? There we go. That's what we want. So let's pop it there. Notice it doesn't actually matter what order we put these three in. You can put the width and the type and the color in any order you like, and it'll still work it out. Great, so now the bar is there, which looks really nice, but those things aren't quite in contact with it. So let's figure out why that is. First thing to try might be to decrease the height of the top bar slightly, which might move everything up. Nope, that's no good. So let's keep that at 40. Let's just try setting the margin and padding to 0. No, that's not it either. So I suspect that it's something to do with one of these divs being taller than the rest. And the only one that doesn't have a left margin is this bell one, because that's got the image as the left margin. So let's just test out our theory by removing the bell div temporarily. Aha, now that moves everything up beautifully. Okay, so the bell div is definitely our problem. Let's have a look. Probably that's a little bit too tall. Okay, we've got our margin here. So 9 pixels, 8 pixels. All right, so let's try changing the bottom margin to 0. And we'll keep the left margin at 8 pixels. See if that does the job. There we go. Very nice. So now everything links up beautifully, and things are really starting to take shape. Great. So now let's have a look at this menu bar down here. So that's what we're trying to create next. You can see first off that it's got a different red to the bar above. So let's just get that red copied to the clipboard. And create some new divs for us. So we're now outside the menu bar. I'm actually going to call this very unoriginally menu bar 2. And then add some styles for menu bar 2. And the main one is that we want the background color, to be that. But we also want it to have a width of 100%. And that's actually not menu bar 2, it's menu bar 2 container. Just like we had before. So we'll set that to be menu bar 2 container, and then within that we're going to have div ID menu bar 2. And this is where our menu will be contained. And all we'll need for that is a width of 1000 pixels and a margin, as we've seen before, of 0 and auto. And that will give it a margin 0 top and bottom, but auto left and right, which will make it nicely centered for us. And let's give it a height as well. So let's try something like 30 pixels. All right, let's take a look. Aha! So everything's good, except it's not quite positioned where we wanted it. Why is that? It's because we haven't broken our floats. So before that, let's add a div with a class of clear. And that should clear both our floats and move it down underneath where it belongs. Brilliant. So now we're going to want a string of links, all of which are going to be styled the same. So I'll start with the first couple, home and UK, and once we've got those right, we should just be able to add the others in. So we want them pretty big, white, and we want to have this border there as well. So let's have an A. Again, we'll have a blank href, and this will be home. And then the same for the next link, which I've forgotten already, UK. There we go. So let's see what they look like without any styling. All right, not great. So again, we can style these using menu bar 2 and then A, and that will style all of the links within menu bar 2 the same. So let's set the color to white first, and we want no underline, so text decoration none. We want a bit of a margin at the top. Let's try 5px. And we want some padding left and right as well. So we don't need any padding top and bottom, but let's go for 10 pixels padding on the left and right. And finally, let's add our border right. It's going to be 1px solid. And I think it's the same color as the border around the bit that we can't see anymore. Find local news there. Or at least it's close enough. So let's use the same border as we did for local news, which was this one. BB4545. Okay, let's take a look. That's not bad. I think they could do with being slightly bigger. And my margin top obviously hasn't worked out there. So I'm going to use font size, let's try 14 pixels. And let's use positioning to shift them down a bit. Okay, that's actually made them smaller. Let's try 18 pixels. Okay, I think that's about the right size. And I think we could make the menu bar itself a little bit bigger and then move them down a little bit more. There we go. I like that. Maybe a teensy bit less. Okay, great. So I'm pretty happy with that. There's something slightly strange going on with the padding here, I think. But let's add a few more and it might become clearer what that issue is. So we've got, I wonder if I can copy and paste. No. Okay, no problem. Let's just add them in. So I'll just add a few blank links there. So we've got world, business, politics, tech, science, health, education, entertainment and arts, video and audio, and more. Okay, let's take a look. We'll sort out the more triangle later on. Okay, so this is good. We have a problem with our font size, so let's make that font a little bit smaller. That's easy enough. Try 16, still a little bit too big. So let's try 14. Okay, that's about right. And then let's move them down a little. Keep them centered. Whoops, wrong way. 1 pixel less, I think. Great. Now I'm going to bring in the underline on hover, which I know is not quite the same as what the BBC site does, but it'll be close enough. There we go. We need JavaScript to get this to appear anyway. All right. So all we need to really do now is add the down arrow. And of course, we want to get rid of this margin on the more link. So let's do both of those. First off, I'll do my screenshot. And remember, you can use the clipper tool if you're on Windows to do that, or Command-Shift-4 if you're on Mac. And there it is. So I'm going to call it down arrow, and then copy it and put it in the images folder as before. Brilliant. So let's edit that. First off, we're going to need to get rid of the border on the final more link. So let's give that a special class, which I'll call no border. And then we can have a no border class which has border none. So let's just have a look, see if that's worked for us. It hasn't. That allows us to use a special trick of exclamation mark and important. And let's just make sure you can see that that's worked. So that's a really handy little trick that you can use when you've got potentially clashing CSS instructions. So here we're telling every menu bar 2A item to have a border on the right, and here we're telling everything with a class of no border to have no border. So how does the browser know which one to do? If you want to be completely clear on it, then you use exclamation mark and important, and it will make sure that this one has a priority over anything which is not important. So that's a handy little trick. Okay, that's great. And so all that remains then for this bar is to add in our image. So images and then down arrow. There we go, right, a little bit too large. So let's give it an ID of down arrow. And then we can fix all of that. All right, so it's there. It's a little large, little high up there. And it's shifted everything down as well. So let's try a height of 10 pixels. And let's shift it down a little bit using positioning. So we'll give it a top of, let's try 10 pixels as well. Just see what that looks like. Oh, as it happens, that looks pretty perfect. I like that a lot. Wonderful. So that's our menu bar complete. In the next video then, we'll go and look at the left part of the main section here. So we'll do our technology link up there, and then we'll have a bit of content and our Asda image right there as well. Hope you're still enjoying yourself and you're staying with me. I'll see you in the next video. So things are coming along nicely. We've got our top bar up and running, and that fits nicely with our menu bar as well. We've got our 2 shades and all our menu links are set up beautifully. So in this, the third video of the BBC News clone, we're going to be recreating essentially this box here, the left part with technology at the top, and then bottom right we've got this big image. So let's start as always at the top left and work our way down. So this technology with the red underline isn't actually a link, which is slightly odd, but ours is not to reason why, ours is to recreate. So let's get things moving. We're out of the menu bar 2 container div now, so we're going to need a clear. So let's set that up. There we go. And then we'll have an ID of, we'll call it main article, because that's what it seems to be. So we definitely want to set a width for this main article, and we want it to float left, because we're going to have another section on the right there which is going to float right. But the width of the whole section again is the same as the whole page. So let's actually create a container which once again is 1000 pixels wide and centered. So let's have a div. I'll call it page container because it would actually contain the whole page if we were going to write the whole thing. So page container is same as what we've seen before, which is to say it's 1000 pixels wide and it's got a margin 0 at top and bottom and auto left and right, so nice and centered. Okay, and then the main article part is going to go on the left. We'll sort out the floating and everything else a bit later on, but we'll start with an H2. We've already used H1, so we'll have H2, and that will be our technology. So let's just have a quick look and see how that looks. Okay, fine, definitely a little bit out of position there, but that can be easily changed. So H2, there's only one of them, so we don't need to give it a particular class. We want it to be definitely not bold, a bit smaller, and then red underlined. So we'll have font weight normal, margin top, let's try 40 pixels, and let's try a font size of 20 pixels. See how that looks. Okay, pretty good. So that's aligned right to the left, which is what we want. Yep, we want it aligned with the news. Now we want to achieve this red underline here, but I think it's not actually an underline. It looks more to me like a border. So I'm going to grab the color first off, which I think is actually the same color as we've used before, that dark red. And then it looks quite thick, so maybe 4 pixels. Let's try border bottom 4px solid, whoops, not quite red, but that color there with a hash in front of it. Let's take a look. All right, so that's pretty good. I think it's maybe a little bit too thick. Let's try 2 pixels. Okay, that looks a lot better. And let's set the width then of the H2. So that it's about the right size. All right, nearly there. Okay. There we go. Great. So now we've got our technology. Let's have our, this is going to be our H3. link, and this is going to be our title. So it's H3, it's a link. We don't care where it goes, and there's the content. So let's have a little look how it seems. Okay, I quite like the spacing, that's about right. We need definitely different colors, but it's roughly in the right place. I think we need it to be a little bit larger as well. So let's take out H3A, because we're styling a link within H3, and we definitely want the color to be black. We want the font size to be around, let's try 20 pixels, see how that looks. I think we could go a bit bigger than that. Okay, I like that. I think that's about right. And we want to get rid of that underline. So text decoration, none. Okay. Excellent. And we also want to make sure that it goes to that blue on the hover. So let's get the right color. Difficult to do at that width. Come on, it's definitely not behaving today, but maybe I can persuade it. No, it's not happy about that. Okay, let's see if I can use the inspector. So right click or control click, command click, sorry, and inspect. And then it might give us the hover color if we're lucky. There we go. I think that's it there. So let's copy that. It's called faux block link hover, presumably, so that looks promising. Okay, so we're going to style that using H3A and then hover. And we want it to be the same as above, but with that particular color. Wonderful. Okay, storming along. All right, now we've got this part down the left. So I think we can use a nice paragraph for that. I want to try and copy it without clicking on the link. Okay, I can't do that, so I'm going to inspect it and copy it from the code. So I think it's here in buzzard body, buzzard summary. There we go. I'll select that. And then let's pop that in. So we're still in main article here. I think we need a div, I'll call it article summary. And then the code, let's have a look. Great. I wonder if we can get it to tell us the color. So I'm going to click on the arrow there and then find the bit that I want. See if I can extract the color. So that part there, and let's go for computed, and I think that's the color. No, not quite. There we go. Yeah, it is the same. So 5A, 5A, 5A. I think the actual size looks about right to me. So article summary. There we go. Is color. Is that. Wonderful. Now we want to change the width a little there. So let's reduce the width to, let's try 200 pixels, see how that looks. That put. We could go a little bit wider, maybe 220. Great. I think that's close enough. I think the spacing of their font is a little wider than ours, but I think we can live with that. Okay, and then underneath we've got this little timer here. I can't right click and download it, so I'll need a screen grab. So same as usual, let's go back and grab it. There it is. I'll call it clock. Copy it with Command C or Control C and paste it into images. There we go. So we just need the clock and then the date and then a line and then technology. Easy. So I'll do that as a paragraph. And then we'll have a new paragraph for our clock. Images / clock.png. And then our date, which was currently the 19th of January 2016. And I'll see what happens. I'll try writing a pipe, which should be over to the right of your keyboard near the enter button. We'll see if that looks right. I think it might do, but we might have to use a margin there if it's too narrow. And then we've got a link which says technology. Okay, that looks pretty good. Definitely need a bit of styling there. But we can do that without any new classes, I think. So this is all within article summary. So we can have article summary and then image. There's only one of those, and that's the clock. So let's change the height to, let's try 15 pixels. Great. I think that's just about right. And I want to move it down slightly. It's a little bit high up. So let's use a relative position. And top. Not much. Try 3 pixels. Up, too much. 2 pixels. Great. Okay, perfect. Now of course we have a problem because our width was too narrow. So let's increase the width of article summary a little bit so that it can bring in the bottom part as well. That's great. Okay, and then let's style our link. So what color do we want it to be first off? It's the same red as the other red, I think, and then on hover it goes the same blue, by the looks of it, as the header up there. So let's take off the underline first. So text decoration, none. And then color, let's find that red. It was the same as the bottom border on the H2, so that number should do it. Let's have a look. Wonderful. And then we just need to change the hover, which is actually going to be the same as that. But instead of H3, we want article summary A. Hover. So now when we hover, it goes blue. Brilliant. I don't quite like my hyphen though. I don't think it looks as good as that does. So it's going to be slightly trickier than just putting in a pipe. But not to worry. Let's make it a left border on the technology link. So border left is definitely 1 pixel. Solid. And I think it's the same grey as the grey up here. So let's scroll up and find that. That was our 6 C's. So pop that in there. Have a look. Okay, so yeah, that looks a lot better. But we need to add in a little bit of padding. Let's try 10px. Okay, yeah, that looks right, but it's now too big. Let's see if it's still too big after we've done that. Okay, it's not, but we now need to add padding to that bit there. So let's put a span with an ID of date, and that just means that we can put a little bit of padding to the right of it so that the border there isn't flush with the 2016. So our date, we want padding right. Let's have the same as what we had for the technology link, 10px. Okay, I think that looks great, but we do now need to make our article summary div a little wider. Beautiful. Okay, I'm very happy with all of that. Now all we need to add for this part is the image here. So I'm going to control click or right click, and I can't even do it there. Nope, so the image is in the CSS somewhere. We could figure it out, but it's probably easier, or at least quicker, to just screenshot it. Remember, if you can't do that for any reason, then just grab it from the download in the next video. Okay, there it is. I'll call it main article image, and then we'll copy that straight into our images folder. Lovely. Get rid of that. So this is going to be to the right of this section here, so we're going to want to float all of that left. So let's make that happen. I think what we'll do is underneath technology, because technology goes all the way across, so we'll create a new div to contain the article there. Then that's the bit that can float left for us. So we'll leave technology as is, and then we'll have a div with an ID of article container. Then that can go there, and we'll indent everything inside that. Lovely, so article container needs to have a certain width, and it needs to float left as well, and so does article summary. So let's just make that happen. So article summary already has a fixed width, so let's make it float left. And then article container, we want that to float left, and we want a fixed width. Let's go for maybe 600 pixels. It's going to be a bit more than half. Okay, just make sure we haven't ruined anything too much there. Yep, that looks fine. Got a bit more spacing than we had before, but that might actually work out better. Let's put everything else in and see. So then to the right of article summary, we're going to have the image. That's all we have here, so let's just put it straight in. Main article image, there it is. And let's just see how it looks without any styling at all. Whee! A little bit too big. So I'll give it an ID of main article image. And then let's edit it up here. So the main thing we need to do is reduce the width. Let's try 300 pixels. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think it's a bit bigger in real life. So let's go for 400 pixels. Okay, that's now too big for the container, but that's all right. We can make the container a bit wider. Okay, I think that looks good. Maybe not exactly the same size, but close enough. I'd like to see a little bit more gap between the image and the text down there. So let's give it a little margin left of maybe 20 pixels. Okay, you might have guessed that was going to happen. Let's give that another 20 pixels. Great. So that looks pretty awesome to me. The only thing I want to add are these two links down here, a little line there, and then our border to the right there. Okay, so let's start our way down here. So that one is actually quite easy to put in. We can use a horizontal rule, and we'll do this after the technology link. So here, so horizontal rule, and I think we should give it an ID. I'll call it article HR. So the main thing we need to change is the color and the width. So the color is going to be the same as this red in technology, which I believe was that code there. And then let's go for a width of 50 pixels. See how that looks. Excellent. Couple of minor issues there. It's centered rather than left aligned, and it's not actually red. So let's have a look and see if we can fix those. Let's look at how we might align an HR first off. Okay, so we can add in a line equals left into the HR itself. Let's try that out. Okay, that solved that problem. And let's see if we can see what's wrong. Changing the color of an HR element. Yep, so setting the color as we've had doesn't work. Okay, so I think we need to use border color instead of color for the HR. So let's set it as border top, as they've done there. So 1px, solid, and then that. Excellent. So now it looks a lot like the one. If we get it aligned nicely in the real thing. Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to copy those two links. So those links are pretty similar to the technology link, but they're black rather than red. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's pop them in here. So href is empty again. Close A. I think we'll put them in separate paragraphs as well. And then let's just copy and paste that for the second link too. Okay, fine, but they're inheriting those styles as well. I think because this is a more unique link than this one, we should actually give this an ID. Even though we didn't need to before. So ID equals, let's call it a topic link, because it seems to be linking to technology, which is the topic that we're looking at, and then we want to put all of this into topic link. There we go. So that now works fine. We just need to style these. So I think we'll give them a class of their own as well. I'll just call them article link. There we go. And we don't need a lot of styling for them, but we need to set the color to black. And we need to set the text decoration to none. We've already got the right coloring on the hover. Brilliant. So I think that's close enough. We now just need to add the border on the right there, which is our classic 1px solid grey. We're familiar with that by now. And we're going to add that to the article container. So border right is going to 1px solid, and can we find the right color? It's the topic link. There it is. Oh no, the border left link color. There we go. So article container 1px solid, and then that color. Okay, looks very good, but of course it needs to be spread out a little bit. So let's add a bit of padding. Try 20 pixels. Wonderful. There we go. So we're pretty darn close now. We've got our left main block added. So all that remains is to add our watch listen section down here on the right. And that shouldn't be too tricky at all. Fingers crossed. We'll do that in the next video. See you there. Excellent. So well done for staying with me. We've done a lot of work here and we're almost finished. So we've got our nice top bar at the top. Then we've got our menu bar in 2 shades of red, and then we've got our main article content over here. All we need left now is the section on the right, watch/listen. So that should be fairly trivial. Nothing too tricky in there, just a couple of images and some links. So if you have done this whole thing by watching me, then that's great, but why not take the opportunity to do this last bit on your own? There really is nothing fancy there. It's all pretty straightforward. So give it a shot if you feel you might be able to. Okay, so let's start at the top. Watch/listen is what we're after. And we'll want to do that in a new div. So we're still inside any div, I'm not too sure. You can see the page container. Yes, the page container was the full 1000 pixels. So this is going to be our watch and listen div. And I'll use an H4 here just for fun. Watch/listen. So we'll have a quick look just to remind ourselves what style we're going for. Okay, so pretty big, black, but probably not bold. Let's take a look. All right, so not too bad. I think one thing I'm going to do is temporarily clear the floats so that I can see it again without having to change everything. It's probably a good idea to clear them before the div that I want to appear underneath. There we go. So let's do a little bit of styling there. first off we want to style watch listen. I think all we need is a bit of padding or possibly margin on the left. That will do for now. Doesn't really matter which we choose. Let's pop in 20 pixels. There we go. And then only one H4. So let's have font weight is normal, but font size is maybe 20 pixels. Try that. That looks about right to me. Unfortunately, we are going to have to make this bigger and smaller. Okay, that looks great. So let's get these images. One. I think I'm going to get all 3 in one go. There we go. So let's copy those over. We'll have article 1, article 2, and article 3. Go, copy them as before, and then just pop them in our images folder. Wonderful. Okay, so let's get the image up first off. So underneath our H4, we're going to have first off our image. So it's going to have an src of images slash article 1. And we can do this, we can style these all the same, can we? Come to think of it, we're going to have this image here as well. So we can't just use all the images inside watch-listen. So let's give it a special class. I'll call it article side image. Just because I think I might have used article image before. I'm not sure. So article side image, we definitely want it to float left. And we're going to want to play with the size a little bit, I suspect. Yep, because that's pretty big. So let's try a width of maybe 70 pixels. A little bit small. Let's try out 90, see how it looks. Okay, then we've got our text there, which I can't copy, so there we go. If I control click or right click, that lets me copy it. So it's a link again, but we don't really care where it goes. But we want it to be definitely black, possibly bold, and pretty big. So not very much like that. All the links here are going to be the same, so rather than giving it a separate class, let's keep our code lean and mean and just style it using watch listen A. Or come to think of it, we're going to have separate style links there, so maybe we should give it a class. Bit messy, but probably slightly easier to understand. So watch-listen-link. Okay, so we definitely want no underlining. We want the color to be black. We'll try making the font weight bold and the font size. Let's try out 18 pixels. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We then want to make it go blue on the hover, which we've done before. There we go. So always copy and paste if you can. Fewer chances of you making mistakes. Although it looks like I have made a mistake. So maybe I just need watch listen link on hover. There we go. That's better. Because of course it's not an A within watch listen link. It is watch listen link. Okay, we want a bit of a gap between the image and our headline as well. So I think we'll do that as a margin right on the image itself. There we go. That looks nice. And let's set the width of our watch listen div now so that that wraps up nicely. So maybe 300 pixels. Backs, let's give it a little bit more if we can. Okay, we'll try that out and see if we've got room to fit that in there. I think we have. Okay, so now we've just got the date, which is exactly the same as what we had over here. So we should be able to copy and paste our code, which would be nice. Let's have a look. So here we go. Let's put that inside a paragraph tag. And then we can have another paragraph tag. So we've got our clock image. Same as before, but we're going to need some styling there. So let's create a class of clock so that we can steal the styling that we had before and make it not limited to images inside whatever we called that bit. The article container, I think. Oh no, the article summary, there we go. So instead of article summary image, we're now going to have clock. That shouldn't change anything over there. Yep. It'll just allow us to use it in more than one place. Okay, so here we go. We've got our clock. Now we've got an ID of date. We're going to want to use that more than once now, so let's change it from an ID to a class. And then I'm going to use Command F or Control F on Windows to find .date. Ah no, because it's not .date yet, it's hash date, and we want to change that to .date. Okay, let's have a look. Brilliant. Now we don't actually want the technology this time, but we will want it later on. So let's keep it in for now. One thing you might have noticed is this technology actually goes below the image, but it doesn't wrap round. So what we're going to need to do is create a div here on the right so that it doesn't wrap as it's doing at the moment underneath the image, like that there. And while I'm looking at that as well, I think we might need to get rid of a little bit of padding. Oh no, that's okay, it's slightly lower down. That's fine. Okay, so let's create a div around everything to the right of the image. So I'll just call this side article. And then all of this can be indented. And then we want side article . In fact, I don't know if we actually need any styles at all. Yeah, we certainly need something. Let's give it a float of right and a fixed width. Alright, we're getting there, but let's move that up a little bit. Let's try 15 pixels. Oh, yep, up, not down. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Before we add all the others, let's just get rid of our clear so that it should now be floating right, but it's not, I suspect. It's because it's too wide. So let's have a look. Let's change that to 150 pixels first. Okay, not quite. Let's take out watch listen. Change the width of that. Okay, that's closer. Okay, let's add a float. Right, just to definitely get it up there. Okay, brilliant. So now we're in the right place. We just need to get our widths sorted out. Okay, that's slightly too wide. Still slightly too wide. Okay, there we go. So now we're in position. I think we can make our side article part a little bit wider. There we go. Move it up a touch more. So let's just get the colouring right here. We want the span with a class of date. So Command F and search for .date to get right there. And I think it's that colour that we want, so same as the article summary. That's great. And now here we want that to appear just on its own. And then if we've got a link, as we have in the second one, we want a pipe there or a bit of border, and then our technology on the next line. So the way I'll do that is we'll break our floats or clear our floats there, and then copy all of this to get a new article. Just have a look. Okay, very nice. So now we can get rid of the topic link from the top one. There we go. So that's just 19th of January 2016 now. And then we need to edit our code so that this technology appears on the next line. But we also want the border to appear on the right, which is a bit of a pain because we've put the border on the left of the technology link. So let's add another class to the link saying no border, and we'll add another class to the span saying border right, and we'll use those to override the existing classes. So for no border we want border left to be none, and let's just check. We might need an important there. Note that's achieved it in itself. But it has taken us back to the original. But that's okay. That's highlighted an error actually. This should be class is topic link and no border. And that should be the same then up here. Yes, so that should be a class of topic link because we're now using it more than once. So let's find our topic link. So Command or Control F and then #to takes us almost there. Topic link, there we go. So that's now a class. There we go, that's better. So we've got the class without the border. We also don't want the padding there anymore either. So in our no border class, let's get rid of that padding. Excellent. And then let's add the border in to the right of the span. So this is the border right class now. And that's going to be the same as this one, but on the right. In fact, I think it's already got a padding right of 10, so that should be okay. Let's have a look. Okay, that's great. We do really want those to be on separate lines though. So let's see if we can put in a line break in between them. Wonderful. All right. That looks pretty good. So now it's just a matter of updating. There we go. The titles and the images for the other articles. Let's get rid of that. And so that's going to be article 2. And then we're going to want to clear all of that again and create another side article, article 3. Copy the content there, paste that in, get rid of that video. And finally, article 4. And what is a VPN service? Very good question. Okay, and I think one of those, yep, has a different topic. So the second one is science and environment, not technology, or the third one, sorry. Okay, let's have a look. And there they are. Oh, maybe I only copied 3 article images. That's fine. We'll stop at the 3. That was the threshold that we wanted to go down to anyway. And there we go. I'm sure the perfectionists amongst you, or the future web designers, will find lots of small ways to improve that and get it even closer to the original. But I think, to the layman's eye, there's not much to obviously see the difference. So congratulations, I hope you managed to do a good chunk of it yourself, but even if you've just followed along with the videos, I hope you've learned a great deal and see how you can take the CSS knowledge that you've learned in this section and create a world-class website. For many of you, that was probably the biggest coding challenge you've ever had, so well done once again for making it to the end. Go and have a nice cup of tea and a couple of chocolate digestives, and then come back to do some real coding with JavaScript in the next section.